guys, this is Mark, and today
I'm starting now.
I will.
Okay,
alright.
hello everyone, and welcome to our Gamedev stream. As usual on a Sunday, in the upper right corner you see me, Felix, aka Laxen. I'm going to do the actual game development. And with me in the voice chat is Stefan, aka RD, and he's also gonna do game development, just you won't see it, and he's gonna probably be in the chat and answer questions and all that. So
Probably.
yeah,
Maybe.
that's the plan. And yeah, we actually plan to do something new today. The idea is that I will hold just a small workshop slash presentation about pixel art. That's in fact a small presentation that I prepared already a couple, like, for when was it? Like for summer. Like it's already a few months old. It's not that new, the presentation, but I just showed it at some small local event, well, somewhere in Germany. and decide why not just show it in the Gamedev stream. So maybe that's interesting for some people. Essentially, I'm just giving some rough pointers on how to do pixel art. I mean, it's just some basic ideas and also some techniques that I use that I essentially also learned while working on CrossCode. So I thought that may be interesting for some of you people. I don't think it will take much more than half an hour, maybe 1 hour, something between that. And after that, we just continue with the usual game development. And for the day, the plan is that we will work on the city a bit. I mean, Stefan is currently working on the east part.
You can maybe show it once you're done with the workshop.
Yeah, actually, I think we can start with that. I mean, that's usually what we do first, just showing a bit of progress.
Sure.
Or actually, if I think about it, now it's actually better if I start with a presentation, and afterwards, gonna show Peasant Keep, because then we start working on it. It's a nicer connection, I think. Yeah. So let's first start the presentation. But before that, if you have any questions, as always, just ask in the chat. Please write at Radical Fish Games. That helps us a lot to spot the question. Otherwise, it's very likely that we will miss it. And yes, you can ask questions anytime. Also during the presentation, of course.
Especially about the presentation.
Yeah, like questions during the presentation. Well, yeah, those are the best questions, really. No, like, if you have any questions about presentation, that's of course, it's supposed to be interactive. I think that's the nice thing about doing presentations, doing a stream. So it's not just like I talk about stuff, but you can ask questions and I can show you some details or like explain stuff in more detail. So it's essentially like holding a presentation in real life, I think, just with a 10 to 15 second delay. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. I was actually thinking, should we probably keep the soundboard on silence while we do the presentation? I think otherwise we might just get weird music, especially if Intero happens to show up in the background, then it's gonna be weird music again. And probably not doing the presentation, but once we are over that, we can again start the music bot for some background music. Yeah, and for questions, it doesn't look like there's so many questions yet. I mean, Ichni Zero is here saying thank you for helping him starting CrossCode essentially, and yes, you're welcome, obviously. So glad to hear you have fun with the game. And yeah, that's it essentially. So if there's no more questions at this point, I guess I might as well just start doing the presentation right now. Oh, actually, there's a question.
What did you do to Soundchan?
What did you do to... Is there no Soundchan? Oh, Soundchan is actually... She's just waiting to be summoned.
Yeah, she just needs a comment and then...
Yeah,
Someone just needs to... And there she is.
There you go. It will take some time. Here you go. Look, we actually have a high sound. We should use this more often. Though it doesn't sound like Lear, but it's
no. Sounds like a I don't know, pink ball.
No, it's actually from Zelda, as far as I know. From Wind Waker.
From Wind Waker, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Good old Wind Waker.
Okay. Question. I wanted to ask which skills you decided to take into the game. From the last stream where you asked for skills. Oh yeah, that's a very good...
Wait, again, what's the question?
The thing is about when we asked about skills last stream, I essentially just took note, but I don't think most of these skills will make it for the next release, because most of the stuff people talked about was more advanced stuff that will most likely happen for level 2 skills, and those we will implement later. But like the 3 skills I've been working on during the stream, those are essentially in the game now. Actually, I can also show like the 4th skill that I implemented last week. I mean this week.
The shield skill, man. The shield.
Yes, the clock block or whatever we want to call it.
Block, yeah.
I don't even know.
It's the name Hannah wants, so.
Yeah, well, it's not worse than horny goat, so nothing is worse than horny goat.
It's a goat that has horns.
Yeah,
so
sure. Yes, sure.
Nothing wrong here, man.
Yeah. So, another comment. Okay, it didn't buffer for a few minutes now. It seems more stable. Yeah, we unfortunately can't really control how Twitch is behaving with buffering. So all I can do is just stream and hope it works. And yeah, it's just Twitch is not the most reliable service, unfortunately. Maybe it's because we're not partners. I don't know. Okay, some questions to Teflo, who's also in the chat. That's cool. Probably some tips on how to play CrossCode, I think. But yeah, that's essentially it. So let's switch to the presentation mode now. But first, yeah, this. And I also have something in Photoshop ready for a little bit of demo later on. So I'm gonna give a small
Could you allow
demonstration.
people to listen to you in the Discord? Because the stream is again buffering frequently and I miss stuff you guys are saying.
Like, oh, you mean like people can join the voice chat and just listen? Is that an option? That is actually interesting. I never thought about that.
See.
Are you looking at the permissions right now?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Maybe if you can set this up.
Everyone
There might be an option.
cannot speak. They are mute. No.
So yes, you can join the stream chat. The only issue is, of course, that you will hear what I say right now, but there's a 10 to 15-second delay of the stream, so that's kind of like the downside. But sure, we can try that.
Maybe for the next stream, because I'm not sure it's working right off the bat.
Yeah. So if it doesn't work now, we will do that for the next stream. It's just that, yeah, not sure that works while we are in the voice chat.
Don't want to break stuff now.
Usually Discord is pretty stable with that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, essentially we just said nobody can connect and speak. So if I just remove that connect thing, so in that case, people should be able to connect now.
But they should also be able to.
There should also be
the sound.
Yeah.
All right, we should definitely.
Nope.
No more sound.
Nope.
No more sound, Sean, for you people.
I'm not really sure. Like, yeah, like the problem with the soundbot really is that there is no. We cannot control the permissions on who can command the soundbot. Everybody in the stream chat can essentially.
You shall see, and then.
But actually, no. The thing, actually, what happened right now is that the soundbot triggered by automatically. The thing is that seems to be some kind of bug that because when people are joining, sometimes the soundbot just gives a random sound. I don't know why that is. So nobody actually did it. It just happened. Okay, let's see. I will just we do the following. I'm gonna give the permission. You can join. It's fine. And the soundbot will stay alive. But if people now start using the soundbot and doing nonsense, I'm just going to shut down the soundbot. So it's up to you. If you can restrain yourself, then it's fine. But otherwise, no soundbot. All right. So let's start with the presentation. Right. The topic is Pixelart, practical stuff by Felix Klein. Two more times, and it's
someone just
actually no. Oh yeah, it's just the joins. What is wrong with that soundbot?
I pay attention. It's alright.
All right,
I tell you when someone.
Okay.
When someone does it.
That is probably just Hannah is doing it, and then we dropped the soundbot because of Hannah. So.
Before you start, Neo Wang, what fundamentals should we keep in mind in Pixelart? I tried learning, but I can't seem to be remotely decent at it. Felix is probably talking a bit about this while he's doing the presentation.
Yeah, I'm not really. I cannot really cover all the fundamentals. I'm just gonna. Oh, God damn it! This soundbot. What the heck is that? Anyway, I cannot really promise I can't cover all the fundamentals of Pixelart. I'm just gonna give you some rough ideas on certain topics, in particular about colors and shading, because those are actually really important for pixel art in the end. And just to give you a rough idea how you can create basic stuff with those techniques, and it's actually a lot of stuff that I learned over the years. So a lot of stuff I'm talking about I didn't understand at the beginning when I was doing pixel art, and I thought, well, if I would have known that earlier, things would have been simple. So that's why I'm gonna tell you right now, so maybe it's easier for you to get into pixel art. That's the whole idea. Okay, let's start. Right, pixel art practical stuff. Next slide. What is pixel art? Which is probably the most pointless part of this presentation. I'm just gonna quickly go over. So please remember, pixel art is essentially simulating like the art style of from old times when we had 8-bit or 16-bit or maybe 32-bit machines, which had like a lot of technical limitations. That means mostly low resolution, so you didn't have full HD or even close to that. So you had like small graphics. We're talking about 8x8 pixel tiles or sprites of maybe up to 64 times 64 pixels. I mean, usually you had more like 16 times 16 or 32 times 32. So that was the resolutions we were talking about for a character or for small details. And of course, few colors. So up to 4 colors is actually what you had on the Game Boy and the NES, as far as I understood. In fact, if you wanted to create more colors with the NES, you had to combine several sprites. That's at least what I understood. For the Super Nintendo, I think there are 16 colors. No guarantee that those numbers are actually correct, but that's at least roughly like the kind of limitations you had back at the time. So we are trying to create graphics which are kind of similar to that. So obviously the basic stuff is to just keep the resolution low and don't use too many colors, and then you can call it pixel art. God damn it! Maybe I'm gonna shut down the soundboard after all, because it's just not dealing with all those people in the stream chat, I think. No, yeah, okay, the stream seems to be dead. Let's just continue.
Oh, hi,
So,
Mark.
all right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, but Soundshan. Maybe you're gonna take her bed after the presentation is over. It's actually not something you should run during a presentation anyway. So, so let me just find the right window. This one. Okay, soundboard is now disabled. All right, so that's about the introduction. So that is what pixel art is more or less about. I mean, the thing is, yes, we should stay close to these technical limitations, but we don't have to force ourselves to exactly fulfill these conditions, like having at most 16 colors. We don't have to do that. We just have to create graphics that kind of look like this. So I think it's important to also understand that actually making sure that you just have this very fixed palette or these a very certain amount of colors doesn't really actually makes it harder to create the graphics, but people won't notice that, I think. So if you have a sprite that has 20 colors, it will probably look like pixel art just as well as a sprite that has the proper amount of 16 colors, because simply like people don't really go ahead and count the colors, and sometimes it's just about having enough contrast between the colors and things like that. So anyway, let's talk about shading. So shading is like the thing how you decide the colors of the surface of something. And when we talk about shading, what you very often see is like the canonical sphere, essentially like just some sphere, and then you have like these colors, like you have usually the light is coming from one direction. In this image, that would be in the upper left corner, so essentially the light is shining down. You have shadow in the lower right part of the sphere, and then there's some specular reflection, I think it's called, which is kind of like this dot here, like it's essentially just the light reflecting directly to your eye. There you have like a very highlight, like essentially a very bright spot on the surface. That's usually what you see when you talk about shading, but the thing is, using a sphere is not that practical, because it turns out most of the shapes you're actually using when you do pixel art for a lot of stuff like furnitures or like machines is actually it's not a sphere. Usually it's actually a box. So what I'm gonna talk about today is like how you actually do shading of a box, and we are just looking at 2 boxes. This here is actually a box. It's essentially aligned to the screen, and then we have like this isometric box as an alternative. And here we just see the outlines, and next we will add several steps to include the shading. The first step is essentially just adding flat colors. And when it comes to flat colors, it's important, I think, especially when you have like games which are top-down, like with some kind of perspective, it's important that you have a very strong contrast between the upper area and the front. So like the floor of the shape, like the upper area, it should be much brighter or much darker than the front, because that way the player can actually understand the shape much easier. If it's like roughly the same color, the player might have problems actually understanding the shape, and then you have problems with depth perception. And especially if you do top-down games, like CrossCode for instance, it's important to like choose the colors right, because people are supposed to understand three-dimensional shapes, but they only have two-dimensional information. There's no shortening among the depth and things like this. So that's why colors are really important to kind of like support the perception of the three-dimensional shape. So that's like the basic thing, just flat colors. Make sure that the upper area and the front have very strong contrast. Next is actually what we do with the outlines. The thing is, you can just take black outlines and fill them with color. That's one style. But what I think is actually make things look more pleasant, and is also like even helping further to support the three-dimensional shape, is to color the outlines in certain ways. Here, for instance, we have like the front edge of the box colored white. Essentially, this is like the specular reflection, which is essentially just, yeah, the edge. So we just assume that the light on the edge reflects directly at your eye, and I think that's actually also often the case in reality, because there's a lot of curvature, you could say. So it's kind of like, it's very likely that you have the right vector, so the light reflects back to your eye. So kind of, it's sort of intuitive to make edges white like this, so people would understand, there seems to be an edge here. It's actually more likely to understand that this is the front edge than just having a black outline like here. And what you can also do is essentially using different colored outlines to kind of emphasize where the light is coming from. For instance, here we have a more light blue outline, while on the right we have a black outline, which kind of emphasizes that the light is coming from the left. So you can use outlines to kind of emphasize the shading and the three-dimensional shape. And just taking these two ideas, so like having very strong contrast for the upper and the front surface, as well as these very strong colors for the outlines to emphasize the shading. Just using those two techniques, you can already shade a lot of different things very effectively. For instance, this piece of cheese here, kind of like, it's just, yeah, the front is much brighter than the bottom, and you have a very bright outline here, kind of emphasizing that this is the edge. And if you look here for like the holes of the cheese, I just decided to use a darker color because it's kind of like hidden from the light, so intuitively it would be slightly darker. But then what I did, actually this picture doesn't make sense, but just ignore this one. But what I did is just add some brighter colors at the bottom, which essentially is, if you think about it, at the bottom of the hole, because this goes inside, there's a surface which is essentially a ground surface. And the ground surface, just like the upper surface here, is always brighter than a wall surface in this context, and that's why this one is brighter. And just using this actually kind of again emphasizes the shapes, and it's easier for you, for the player to understand the shape that way. And yeah, we use this technique, for instance, for leaves. It very often looks nice to just also use bright pixels for the front shape here, or maybe for this fence here, just some light colors here at the bottom, at the side. What you also notice here, it's not always 100% consistent. Like for instance here I say, yeah, like it's not symmetric. So here you actually have more, you have a dark outline here, but on the left side you have a bright outline. While here I just say, I don't care, here it's actually bright and here it's also bright. The thing is, these kind of rules, they kind of help the perception, but you don't have to force yourself to be 100% consistent, because in the end people will most likely not notice. So you can cheat like this. It's actually fine. But still, using at least to some extent these kind of techniques helps the perception overall. Right, so that's now we come to the next part, but are there any questions so far? So if you have any questions about this content or any comments, please write in the chat or use @RadicalFishGames. The last thing I see is that the stream is dead. I hope that's not the case for everybody. Otherwise, yeah, that would be kind of a waste. But actually, what I plan to do is upload this whole workshop to YouTube at the end, so you can still watch it on YouTube, hopefully with a good quality. Yeah, so that in that case, you can still watch it. Anyway, since there are no questions here so far, maybe rehost the stream. I don't want to do this right now, because that would essentially interrupt the whole stream, and that's kind of always a mess because you cannot connect this.
And it would only be for one person when everyone else would.
Yeah, since like there's also seems to be only one person complaining so far, at least so far. I mean, other like okay, let's
Someone
just
said
continue.
it might be because of our location in Germany, so maybe we should look into this.
I already got the
some
best
point.
internet connection possible in this area.
No, I
unfortunately.
mean the location this Twitch has for you because you are in Germany. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It does
I think I selected the server in Frankfurt, but I can check it again sometime. Anyway. Right, let's continue. An outline-free process. So what I want to describe in this next step is essentially how we can create a shape without using outlines at all. Essentially, I'm just gonna going to create some piece of furniture, actually one you find in Bakikum. It's kind of like a small shelf. Actually, it wasn't created by me. It was actually created by Freeze, but I just took it and did like I created it, like, but even though I didn't. Anyway, so first you just create with basic color shapes, no outlines whatsoever. It's important to use different colors for like the top surface and the front surface. Here, like you see this kind of beige color for the front going over to a brown, which essentially shows this is like again the top surface, this is the front surface, and then it actually changes some kind of yellow color, which means that like it's still the front surface, just a different kind of material. The next step is then to add some basic outlines. Essentially, you use some white outlines here at the bottom, again to emphasize the highlight, and some dark outlines at the top. And also here in between. Actually, here you have like some kind of separation, and on the left side, because here this area ends, so essentially this is a right outline, it's dark, and here the left surface starts, the right side, the right part of the shelf starts. So this is essentially a left outline, so this one is bright. That's how you choose the two colors. It's kind of consistent, and then you kind of see, okay, here this shape ends, and here the other shape starts. So yeah, just adding some basic outlines. Also here, essentially a bright outline, again, because the right light is coming from the left. It's a left outline. Here again, a dark outline. And also adding some outlines down here to kind of like emphasize there's shadow. So the light is coming from above. We just assume that this beige shape here, this gray shape is kind of like a bit like going in front of the lower shape. So there's a bit of shadow below it that kind of emphasizes this, and so you just make a few dark colors down here, and yeah, that's essentially it. The next step would be to add more lines like this and just add more details. It's always a good idea with whatever you do to just start with the basic shape and adding more details as you go along, because that way you get like a first good impression if the thing looks actually decent, and then when you work out details, usually things won't break. It's just will look better overall, and there's no risk that you need to redo things if you already put a lot of work in it. So always it's a good thing to start rough and then just add details later on. So here we essentially just add more lines to give it a bit more detail. We just add some bright line up here to kind of emphasize there's another small surface on top of the other surface here. And here we actually added a few holes, added some outlines, just to give it like a bit of detail. And finally, we just add some texture. And that is actually a process where, at least I think what works really well usually is kind of using some sort of dithering, kind of like aligning pixels in, how do you say? I'm limit of my English here right now. checkboard pattern, like from, isn't it called like this? Checkboard pattern? Checkerboard pattern, yeah. Essentially just, yeah, like just having them sorted in a kind of diagonal way. And using these kind of diagonal patterns, it usually looks pretty nice because it's a contrast to the otherwise horizontal and vertical lines. And it's easily understood that this is some kind of pattern which isn't part of the shape. It's also good to just add some more colors here to make this more subtle. So you don't want to use the strong colors from the outlines here, at least not everywhere, because otherwise the shape would be confusing. Just using some very it's like some small variants from the base colors to add details like this. Like up here and down here also just some random colors added to kind of like give it a bit of a marble view, a marble feeling. That's the idea essentially. And yes, so that's kind of like how you would design a piece of furniture without using any outlines, or at least without starting with outlines. Essentially just using rough colors and later on using outlines to add details. Okay, do we have any questions so far? Again? Yeah, we got questions about CrossCode. Do you ever plan to add an option to lock the mouse within the game's border? There are no plans so far. I know there's an API, but it might be complicated. At least there's a lot of things we must consider when we implement this. Maybe we will have a look at this, but it kind of also depends if this feature is actually supported by the browser we are using for the Windows version. This thing is kind of holding us back sometimes. Yes, well, I know it's, yeah, the word, essentially this is dithering. Yes, I mean, it is dithering. I just wanted to describe dithering. That's kind of like what I wanted to do here. Essentially, this is some kind of dithering, even though it's kind of more like some small diagonal shapes. Yeah, so outline free process, add some outlines. Yeah, well, outline free process isn't really the right word, I admit. It's more like you don't start with outlines, you actually start with the color. But then again, yeah, you actually add the outlines pretty early in the end. But it's kind of like this idea that when you add the outlines, you add them with the right colors from the very beginning. So you don't just make everything black, but you actually already understand the shape and you use bright and dark outlines to kind of like emphasize the three-dimensional shape. Okay, yes, dithering, TH is difficult. Okay, perspective. The next thing I want to talk about is perspective. Yeah, the perspective is important, especially when you use if you create a top-down game. The idea is like if you have a side view game, like a side view shooter, it's a side view jump and run, something like this. It's not that much of an issue. You can just do things from the side. But if you have a top-down game, you kind of have to decide, yeah, how you want to like make the perception work with the perspective. And now, when you have three-dimensional shapes, usually what you have is I think it's called shortening. Like when something is far away, it gets smaller. This kind of concept. It doesn't really work if you have 2D sprites, unless at least not when you create a top-down game. It actually does work if you have a side view game, because you can use parallax scrolling and things in the background are in fact smaller. But if you have a top-down game where you can just go to whatever you see, like you can just walk up and down, you can just go to that tree, making it smaller is kind of problematic, because if you would go there, your player had to become smaller. It's usually not feasible to do that. So everything has to kind of like stay the same size, even if it's like in the upper part of the screen or the lower part of the screen. So essentially there is things it's not getting smaller if it's far away. There's no shortening. The idea really is, how do we still kind of work with the dev here? I mean, one standard approach is to just don't use perspective transformation, but orthogonal transformation, which essentially means we don't use any shortening, but essentially everything stays the same size, but still like a surface, which is the top surface, might not be might not have the same size on the screen like a front surface. That is the kind of thing you might use here. And very often that boils down of saying, yeah, okay, if you have a top surface like from this box here, the width is like the full size. However, the height is just half of the size. So kind of like you get this perception that there is some shortening there, even though if you would place the same box further upward, it would look exactly the same, which is kind of like this orthogonal projection. So that's something you can do. In CrossCode, we actually did something else. In CrossCode, we said there's actually no shortening. It's kind of, if you have a box which is a square on top, if you put it in the game, you actually still see the square. It's just as, the width is just as large as the height for that surface. So this is actually not very intuitive, because if you would see it like this, there's no reason why you would see the front surface, because you would see it from the top. We still do it, and it kind of works. It's kind of, that's just showing that you don't have to be very realistic when it comes to perspective in 2D games. The only thing that is important is that you are consistent. So if you choose to use this kind of like style where you don't shorten things in the y dimension essentially, then you should try to be consistent. Like if you use some kind of a barrel, if you want to just place some barrel in your scene, essentially you shouldn't draw it like this, because here again you have a lot of shortening along the y dimension. Essentially the y size is just half of the x size. So this isn't really matching all that well. So you should make sure if you add some kind of barrel kind of shape, some kind of cylinder, it should look like this. So essentially you have a cycle. It doesn't have to be a perfect cycle, because what we very often do in CrossCode is this kind of looks strange to just have this cycle and then kind of doesn't look like a barrel. So what we do is something in between. It's almost a cycle, but the shortening is not very strong, and that way it kind of matches. And I think kind of like using consistency here kind of helps to not break the illusion that this is just some kind of random graphics, but it looks more consistent. It's actually easy to understand for the player. And just showing at the end, like when it comes to 2D games, it can be strange. It doesn't have to make sense. Like I'm not sure if you knew, but if you play Legend of Zelda: Link Between Worlds, what looks like pretty normal here actually looks like this if you turn the angle. It's actually not how you can see it in the game, but somebody managed to create that screenshot using a trick, I think. And yeah, they essentially just skewed the whole 3D model to make this kind of perspective work. Because what the camera does is essentially just looking downward right at the surface. So if you would like use a regular 3D model, you wouldn't see any wall whatsoever, or at least it would be very short. And by just skewing everything that way, you actually do see the walls, and it kind of looks like the original from the Super Nintendo. So that's what happens if you try to recreate traditional 2D games with 3D graphics. You have to cheat like this. So it's just emphasizing that it doesn't have to be realistic, it just have to kind of be consistent. That's important. All right. Yes, that's all for the perspective. Next, I'm gonna talk about pixel banding and pillow shading, which are two things that you should try to avoid when doing pixel art. It's essentially something that I also learned later on. At least the names I learned later on. I just think it was maybe last year when I learned the word pixel banding. So it is actually something that happens to a lot of pixel artists, even very good pixel artists. So it's like this kind of stuff might happen. And to some degree, I sometimes see people saying you should avoid it at all costs, when essentially just you use an outline around your shape. And like you can argue that it's not that bad, but still, overall, you should try to keep that in mind, because sometimes really the sprite doesn't look good because of these effects. So first, pixel banding. The idea is, if you have an outline and you want to make it kind of look smooth, sometimes something that people often do is just replicate the outline. Essentially, you just take a dark color, then you make a slightly lighter color, and make it again slightly lighter, and just repeat it like this. And what looks kind of okay close up kind of looks weird when you zoom out, actually. It is, it looks really smooth and kind of like, smooth in a bad way. It's hard to describe, but anyway, it's something you should try to avoid, kind of like repeating pixels like this. What you should do instead is just use kind of trying to simulate anti-aliasing by just using those darker pixels at those points where you have the steps of the line. Essentially there where you would have a diagonal, like here the line tries to be in between those two pixels, so you just add a slightly darker pixel here to kind of emphasize that the line is moving that way. And kind of like you can do this from one side like here, or you can actually do this from both sides, and the line kind of looks more smooth that way, more straight, and not kind of like blurry like it does on the left side. And finally, we have pillow shading, which I think is to some extent a variant of pixel banding. Essentially, what you very often encounter is that people take a shape and then I want to apply some shading. So what do? They just make the center bright and the border dark, and then they just have some kind of smooth gradient from the center to the outer edge, and that usually doesn't look good. Mostly because this isn't realistic. Usually you don't have shading where like the center is glowing and the border is dark. Mostly you have light coming from a direction. So, and using that direction is really important to make the shading look realistic. Another problem with this here is that there's just too many colors. So essentially to fix this, the first thing is to just reduce colors. So instead of having, I think these are about maybe 8 to 10 colors, just use 3 like here. Just reduce the colors first, then make sure that the light is coming from a direction. Don't just make the bright surface in the center, just put it to the upper left. Like so far we have only used the upper left for the light sources. And then when you have done this rough thing, what you can do is add additional colors again to kind of make this anti-aliasing effect. The idea is that you use the colors in an not like, don't use all the colors with about the same surface, but kind of certain colors take up most of the space of the shape, and then you just use some colors, very few pixels of those colors in between to kind of smoothen out the edges. And this kind of thing looks more like pixel art. It actually looks more like cell shading, which is usually something you want to achieve when you do pixel art, though to some degree it really depends on your style. But anyway, that's what you very often have in Pixelart, kind of like this cell shading style where you don't use a lot of colors, but you may add additional colors to kind of like make the edges smooth. All right, and finally, some other example how pixel banding can look not so good. This is actually from a site called Purple Pony Studios, so they actually made also another nice tutorial about that topic, and I just took the picture, so I just want to make sure I give them credit. Essentially, the idea is that on the left side here, you have pillow shading / pixel banding. You have a lot of colors here, and as a result, the thing kind of looks really like blurry, kind of like there was some gradient filter applied on it, which doesn't really look like clean pixel art. And while on the left side, you have a leaf which has very few colors, but it kind of looks more pleasant. It looks more like proper pixel art because they use the colors really effectively. Kind of like there is a few colors here to smoothen out the edges, but very few. It's not pixel banding. It's proper anti-aliasing. And then they also add some more colors in between to kind of have an interesting pattern on top of the leaf. So that's kind of like a better example on how to use colors to create a leaf. Yeah, it kind of looks like a balloon. That's a good way to describe it, essentially. Yeah, it looks like a very smooth surface. And there are actually some cases where pixel bending makes sense, but it doesn't happen very often. Like if something is glowing, like there is like really this kind of effect where the center is bright and the border is dark. In that case, it's kind of pillow shading, pixel bending makes sense. But most cases it actually doesn't. So just be careful with that. If you shade stuff like this, it tends to not look that good. Okay. Okay, now this is the final part of the presentation, then it's done. Just want to talk about colors a bit. Are any questions in between? Doesn't look like it. So if you have any questions about the presentation, just ask. I'm always gonna answer at the end of each chapter. Anyway, let me just take a drink. A lot of talking. Anyway, colors. The thing is, the truth is, I used to hate colors. That's also one reason why I actually worked on a game which was black and white. I mean, actually, there was a contest, but I actually noticed that I really enjoyed working on that game because you didn't have to care about colors. You just had your 4 colors. There wasn't much you could do wrong that way. It was really pleasant to work on that, I have to admit. And it's also something great to kind of like learn how to do basic shading where you don't have to care about colors. So doing stuff black and white is actually a nice exercise to just see if you can make shading work without relying on colors too much. But anyway, most games these days have colors for a good reason. So fortunately, I got over it, and there have been a few tricks that really helped me to deal with colors in a better way. The first thing is how to create good color ramps, and the secret here is to use something called hue shifting. This is something where you make sure if you create the shades of a color, you do not simply take the shade and make it darker. So you don't mix it with black to create shadows, and you don't just add white to make the brighter versions. What you do instead is kind of shift the color when you make darker variants. Here, for instance, we have a yellow that moves to a slight red for the darker colors. And this kind of, in most cases, really looks more pleasant. It is actually somewhat related to reality, because if you go outside and you have a blue sky, if you look at shadows, they actually tend to be blue because of the blue sky, which is kind of like the blue light of the sky is scattering around. This is why shadows tend to be more blue. And
That's
kind
a
of
good excuse for Felix to use blue and everything.
yes, it is. Blue is awesome. Blue is everywhere. Anyway, so this is kind of like there is to some extent there's realism there. You don't have to do it the real way. You can actually experiment with what kind of colors you want to shift to. Sometimes I just do weird stuff where actually the shadows are purple, which doesn't make sense, but sometimes it actually looks pretty cool. So just feel free to experiment. But yeah, using hue shifting really can improve the impression of the image. Just to give an example, now this is a scene from CrossCode, as you probably should know it. There's a lot of hue shifting here. Like for instance, the trees, they move from a yellow over to a red up to a blue. There's actually a blue color in these trees. The same here for the tree. And like you have like a more yellowish green, which goes to a more like a bluish green up to a blue in the shadow. And even if you zoom, actually I think I can click here, even if you look very closely in the cliffs, there's also some blue hidden in there. There's just blue everywhere. Like the shadows are actually blue. They're not just a dark brown. There's actually a very dark blue in there. Yeah, so that is how it looks in CrossCode. And here's an example how it looks when you don't do this. So this image doesn't use any hue shifting, and you might notice it looks really different. It looks kind of sad. It kind of looks monotonous. It looks like you're looking at some kind of very old picture which had kind of lost its the vibrant colors, something like this. So this is how it looks like if you don't use any hue shifting whatsoever. And again, this is not saying that you have to use hue shifting, because sometimes you actually might want to achieve this. So if you want to create this kind of feeling, sometimes it's actually good to not use hue shifting. But in most cases, in many cases at least, it makes sense to at least try using hue shifting to make colors look more interesting, more vibrant, things like this. Yeah, so another thing about colors, especially since we are talking about pixel art, less is more sometimes. This is actually kind of related to the whole pixel banding stuff I had before. When you add too many colors, sometimes it looks worse. So just reducing colors is sometimes helping. Here we actually have an interesting experiment. What I did is I just took a bovine enemy and tried to add more colors. If you look closely, you can see actually there's a lot more colors here in between everywhere. And actually, when I showed this to people, some said, hey, this actually looks pretty cool. And yeah, I mean, you cannot decide. This is kind of like a matter of taste. Some people might actually like this kind graphic style where you have a lot of colors. It actually looks more like a 3D rendering, which is just pre-rendered 2-dimensional image, if you ask me. On the left side, this looks more like proper pixel art, I think, because pixel art is kind of defined by using few colors. It's hard to argue this is really better, but it looks more like proper pixel art, if you ask me. Now, what is important? If you use these kind of images, you have to make sure that it is consistent. And if you just place this kind of bovine enemy in CrossCode, you end up with this. And if you ask me, this really doesn't fit in. And this is actually something that you need to consider if you want to create very consistent graphics. You have to kind of make sure either you use a lot of colors for everything, or you don't use a lot of colors, like you use very few colors for everything. If you just put like this bovine with a lot of colors in CrossCode, it kind of sticks out because everything has very few colors, looks very traditional pixel art stylish, while this one looks really smooth all of a sudden, kind of like it doesn't fit in there. Yeah, so yeah, anyway, so that is kind of like the thing about colors. And now the last thing is, I just want to give you a small demonstration. Like a very good way to deal with colors is kind of to adapt things during the whole progress. So when you design a new tile set, what you should do is try to be careful with colors. Make sure that you use colors very consistently among different parts of the tile set. Also make sure they don't overlap. So make sure that the grass only use different colors, for instance, than the plants that you put on top of the grass. And if you do that, what you can do is using certain tools in the image editing program to change colors very easily. Unfortunately, I can only show you how to do this in Photoshop because I don't have a lot of experience with other tools, though I'm sure there's ways to do that with other programs as well. I just noticed that I did something here and it's not correct, so that's good. So let's just make it better now. So what I did here is essentially, this is the tile set of the jungle for CrossCode. So you see there's a lot of tiles. And on the right, I just put a screenshot right from the game. We actually have some kind of method to take a screenshot disabling all the effects. So here we actually have the actual colors from the tile set. They're not modified in any way. So that means if both of these things are on the same layer, what I can do is just use the magic wand tool. That's the magic wand tool. And just select individual colors from the grass like this. And the first thing you notice, there's not a lot of colors, and that's why it's easy to actually select the whole grass. The whole grass actually maybe has 4 or 5 colors. If you look at other tiles like these here, there's a few more. So just with a few clicks, I can essentially just select everything that is grass in the tile set. So like this grass is selected, this here, and also in the screenshot. Once you have done this, you can create something which is called a gradient map. And the gradient map is an awesome tool. It's really one of the best tools ever to find the best colors, because it really helps you to assign a whole color ramp to something, not just set colors individually, but specify the whole color ramp in one go. And especially in Photoshop, it's implemented in a very nice way because it gives you a very quick preview of your colors, and that is really helpful to find a good color ramp. So essentially what I did here is just, okay, if I just make it like this, the grass suddenly is just black and white. So that's pretty boring. So we just go in here. What you can do is actually just disable the effect, edit the gradient, and just pick colors that you used before and just erase them here somehow. That kind of helps to find a color ramp which is somewhat similar to what you had before. And okay, so now I have just some colors selected. I enable it again, and now what you do is just move the sliders a bit like this, and probably zoom in a bit more. Now this is actually way too bright. So essentially just move this over here a bit. This is always everything way too much to the left, more to the right, and you have something like this. Then you can always disable the effect to see difference. So now we actually have something that is very close. Actually something I might even consider changing in the jungle tile set. I think the grass is a bit too saturated. It's a bit, there's too colorful. It's kind of sometimes on certain display, it kind of like it's a bit hard to look at. So what actually something I was thinking about is making it a bit less saturated, like more grayish, like a very little bit more grayish. Kind of like this. I'm not really sure that's a good color, but anyway, so here you have a very quick preview on how the two versions look. I mean, especially if you look at this part, this kind of looks a bit hard to look at. So you have this gray colors and then suddenly there's this very saturated green in between. And this variant is actually much more pleasant to look at, I think. It's kind of like feels like a better match. But overall, it's maybe a bit too grayish if I think about it. So you can make this one a little bit more greenish. But anyway, so you can just go on like this and tweak the gradient map, and it's a very effective tool to adapt the colors of whatever you're creating. So at least to me, that was one of the most important discoveries during the development of CrossCode that really helped me to tweak colors of all kind of things in CrossCode. So yeah, that's why I'm showing it to you, and I hope you like this technique too, and you might be able to use this for your own game if you want to create one. So this essentially concludes the demo and also the presentation. So thanks everybody for listening. I hope you found at least something interesting here. And if you like this, please like and subscribe the video if you see this on YouTube. I don't know. And yeah, if you're interested, we can do this maybe sometime else. Maybe more about technical things in CrossCode. Because it's possible that I will do another presentation soon about CrossCode, and then I might be able to show this here on the stream as well, if you guys are interested. So yeah, this essentially concludes the presentation. So thank you. And now we will start with the actual game development and also showing what we have done in CrossCode.
Game development on the stream.
Play some CrossCode for 50 minutes. What? Okay. No, I got here too late. Oh, that's too bad. Don't worry though, we will upload this presentation on YouTube, so you will be able to watch it again. I'm sad it's over. I'm going to go loop it on YouTube. Okay. If you like it that much, feel free to do so. Yeah, let's start with the actual game development part. Gonna start the IDE. Also, we can now start the music, but kind of like want to have some music. Actually, more pleasant to stream with music. Kind of hard to imagine. We never did have any music in the past. Actually, what's the volume?
Yeah, back then it was the darkest timeline.
Actually, yeah, I think 8 is fine, or 7. Right! So yeah, and I hope that kind of worked in English. Has been some time since I gave any English presentations, so guess I might have been missing some words. It's actually not that easy to describe stuff in English, especially if it's about form and shape. There's a lot of words you usually don't use as a German. Yeah, I hope it kind of worked. So, yeah, the first thing I'm gonna do is actually show you the new combat art I did. The clock block. Some people might have seen the GIF I posted on Twitter, or GIF, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of like Witch Time or Waldo, but yeah, not quite as powerful, at least not as powerful as Waldo, at least in the current version. We had to kind of nerf it, because if you did just a thing I posted on Twitter, that would have been way overkill.
We also, Felix, when we have people and that many people inside that stream chat, you probably want to change the overlay. And
oh snap!
Because it's
oh yeah.
flipping a little
We have
bit.
a lot of
Just
people in the chat
one
now.
less people and will work. Can you make it so that only like a certain subgroup is displayed?
I think we might be able to do that. I have to look into
Alright.
that though. So I have to configure this again. Yeah, of course. Like the whole people in the chat thing is now broken because everybody joined the chat. Notice it's a bit late, but yeah. Okay.
Delete.
Yeah. Grand music.
Grand, yeah.
Grand, yeah.
Good music.
So let's just jump to the jungle somewhere. Actually, there's no enemy in the clearing though, right?
No. It's a
Okay.
village. There will be some enemies, sure, for the quest, but
Oh, you
not
mean like the
there.
whole clearing will not have? Okay, makes sense.
there
Actually.
will be some enemies, like we discussed for the quest,
Ah, yeah, I remember.
but they will go away once you finish the quest. So.
Mhm. Okay, so maybe just show what actually happened with the attacks I created during last stream. So the throwing technique is also essentially it's the same, didn't change much. Bang. I actually did some technical changes in the background because it was actually there was a chance that you could produce two lightnings at the same time with one use of the technique that was not intended, so I had to do some changes. But otherwise this one is pretty much the same. There's of course the melee move still, which we actually made it slower because we decided it's not a dash skill, so you shouldn't move too fast. Oh man. Yeah, you have to be careful with that. Those blobs, man. Yeah, and then of course there's the dashing technique. I worked a lot on this one. So this one is useful to just move enemies. I don't have SP, that's great. To essentially try to get enemies into the water. Like this. Ah, goddammit. Too little SP, holy shit. Anyway, so these are the techniques I created during last week essentially and were just polished a bit. And this is now the new technique. Let me see if I can pull it off. Essentially I have to wait for an attack, use this, and then what happens is the time will slow down when you counter a hit with this technique. For a short amount of time, everything will be slow, so you can actually dash to the fish and attack it. Usually that wouldn't be possible, because the fish would escape too quickly. So those are essentially new shock techniques you will have in the next release, which will happen in, yeah, less than 10 days actually. So, yeah, next is essentially Basin Keep, right?
Currently working on this one. Getting pipes for all those pipe dreams.
A lot of pipes in the city. It's actually already connected with the center map?
Yes.
Very nice, and I can enter from the center. So yeah, this is Basin Keep, as you know it. Nothing much changed here so far. But you can enter now the east part, and yeah, things look very different here. It's not quite as clean as the center part. Like, this is essentially the slums of the city. You can see the northern part is still worked on, but the southern part is already... There's a lot of detail here, a lot of trash, and a lot of hidden treasure too. So like, you will find much more secrets in this part of the city compared to the center. And actually there's this part here which in the final game will be actually kind of tricky to reach. There will be, I think, some quests connected to that. And not sure this will be in the next release, but it will happen soon enough. I hope.
Talk to the traders.
Yes, and then you have some hidden... Oh man, you actually implement some dialogue, nice. Yes, actually something we did too is you can actually now have some nice dialogues for the trader NPCs that wasn't possible before. And they actually tell you something if you don't trade anything, so that's kind of something we have now. Yes, and there's also the Galaxy Spiral Troll, which is an even stronger Spiral Troll version. Amazing.
Currently not having the right stats. Yeah, really.
Yeah, still those items are still work in progress, I think. So yeah, that's the east part of Basin Keep. And what I will work on next is essentially like the western part of the city.
It was like the business part, right?
Which is the business part. Yeah, this one will also be pretty clean. And has a lot of large buildings. I don't think you can enter it yet. Actually, you have to enter from the top here. But I can just jump, whoops. And there's no teleporter here, well, okay, so much for that. Let me just teleport there manually. Yeah, as you can see, there's the basic buildings are already there. just that details are missing, and that is something I'll work on now. Because it would be cool if you get the western part done as well for the next release. Alright, now let's start with the actual mapping. Yeah, man, I talked a lot. Okay.
Right, now it's time for people to ask questions about CrossCode.
Yeah, well, you can ask about anything whenever you want, really.
There's also thing I can talk about, like, because when can we expect an expansion of Rookie Harper? There's only going to be North, and then it's done. And I think we wanted to do it for the next update, but I'm not sure because the traders are now on the eastern part.
Yeah.
For now, I should say.
So what is this?
What?
Want to go to the deep web? Yeah, great. It's just an image shown in
yeah, I think that
chat.
PC needs a debugger.
Yeah. Do you want to access the internet? That's the version I saw of that one.
But yeah, last week on Friday, I think, or no, I don't know anymore. But Final Fantasy 15 released.
Oh yeah,
And
that's true.
obviously I got it.
Of course.
Had it pre-ordered, so.
And is it good?
It is. That's the funny thing.
Okay.
Like, who had imagined? Like, it's definitely not 10-year waiting time good, but as a game, as a kind of standalone game, it's actually pretty decent. Completely different from everything you know about Final Fantasy. There's no linear path. Like, okay, you can go linear path, but you don't have to. Right? It has more of this open world kind of scheme to it.
Yep. I mean, so many games are going open world these days. Even Zelda is not an open world game now.
Well, Zelda was an open world game to begin with, so it makes sense.
Well, yeah, to some extent, yeah, that's true.
The first one was basically open world because you decided where do you go. And it somehow became more linear over time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so.
But yeah, so how's the combat system?
The combat system is not as like in the trailers you always get the feeling that it's kind of like Kingdom Hearts with lots of flashy dashing around, and you can certainly do that. I don't know, I play on normal, not on easy, maybe you can do it. But I found it was kind of difficult to just dash around and just attack enemies, because usually the stronger enemies you can go for will punish you for this pretty hard. So you gotta pay attention to your enemies, you gotta warp around. Like, as the main character you have the ability to warp to points and immediately get all your MP back. And you can dash into enemies.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
And then you lose MP pretty fast in the beginning of the game, so. And you dash to enemies, the longer you dash, the stronger the damage output. And then you also get bonus for blindsiding them, like attacking from behind or from the side.
Oh, okay, that's interesting, yeah.
And that is something you should really do, because if you don't, you end up doing a little bit less damage, especially to tanky enemies. Like, they are sometimes so strong, man. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of all you have, like 3 elements, which fire, ice, and thunder. And you kind of, like, in the sense of Final Fantasy VIII, you go to points and draw the element, and then you create a spell from that. And you can, like, add potions or items to that spell to make a dual cast out of it, or a heal cast, or something like that.
Dual cast,
and you can also give spells to your companions, which is pretty nice, because then you can all give them heal casts, so not only do they damage, they also heal you.
Okay.
But you gotta pay attention to your elements, because they damage you too. Like when you do fire, then the ground is on fire, and you need to.
Yeah, that's actually what I saw, and then I actually
Yeah.
saw somebody play the game a bit. I didn't play it myself, but I watched a bit, so that was pretty interesting. Kind of like, yeah, I mean, everything's on fire, and if you walk, you're just on fire yourself suddenly.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So yeah, it's a good thing. It's at least not a bad game. So I just saw like a lot of funny bugs too, and a lot of interesting commercials, like
that was to be expected.
product placements. Did you see that video with the cup noodles?
Yeah.
Oh man, that is, I just
don't
can't
care.
get it out of my head, man. This is so incredibly cheesy. The whole music and everything. Holy shit! It's actually
Yeah, the whole
more
world is
funny
pretty.
thing.
The world is pretty realistic, right? Like it draws a lot from our current state of the world, but there's also like high technology
Mm.
places and stuff like that where you feel like, all right, there's kind of a reason to it though, right? Because one kingdom has this crystal, the other has like technology and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I personally like the world, and in a sense Celio is right. It's not open world from the beginning. You start in a larger area, which is kind of the tutorial area.
Okay.
And then the next area you can go to is actually pretty big.
Okay.
And I mean, I already played 16 hours, and I think I did like 4 story missions or something like that. I personally like how you can get a good sense of the world through some of the side quests. For instance, you don't have to go to a chocobo ranch. You can just go on with the story. But if you choose to do so, you get like a nice side quest with a behemoth.
Yeah, that's actually the one I saw.
Yeah,
That was
that's the one
actually
from
really
the-
interesting.
From the demo.
Yeah,
But they
I
changed it a bit, so it's not as tedious anymore.
Okay. I just saw like there was the Behemoth boss fight, and you were supposed to use fire to make those barrels explode.
Ah, yeah,
so
that's the current version, yeah.
So I thought that was interesting, but when I watched this, it actually like we didn't get it to work somehow. Like I don't know.
I used exactly that tactic all the
So
time.
how could you actually target the barrels, or how?
Yeah,
was it
when
exactly?
you need to not target the enemy with AR1. You have to like just hold, I think, X, and then you can aim.
Oh, okay.
You can throw it anywhere. So and then
I
you.
think we just didn't figure that out, and that's
Yeah.
why it didn't work in the end. Yeah, interesting.
Chrono Cross, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's Chrono Cross.
Oh yeah, I felt that fight was pretty cool. Like it kind of told you to do it, right? But I already saw
Yeah, well,
the barrels, and I thought
It's
like,
just
alright,
like I thought. Yeah, okay. Create organic game design. Like there's a text saying use fire to make the bombs explode. It was displayed at the top the whole time. A red line over it, so you couldn't miss it. But you could as well ignore it too.
I mean the game already like hints at that with all the barrels standing around.
Yeah, I mean that
I
is
think I was
triple.
over leveled for the fight in the end.
Yeah.
Also, since this enemy is so huge and has a blind sight on his right side, you can like topple him so easily.
Okay.
But hopefully there will be a more stronger version. To test out something. Oh, that's Terranigma.
Yep.
Evergreen Forest, I think.
Correct.
Ding, 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 ding. Is there a way to toggle that light window graphics with your engine? But not quite understand what you mean, correct?
Oh, a question.
Yeah, is there a way to toggle that lighted window graphics with your engine. Couldn't you write something with the window?
Oh, you mean like
It's-
lighted window? I don't understand either.
Ah, he means that the lights go on and off. Yeah, sure, that could be added.
We could do that, yeah. It would
Yeah.
wouldn't be easy, would be a lot of work actually. But it's possible.
Mm,
But not something I would do, I think, unless we integrate this kind of in the quest. But otherwise, I think it's one of those details which is nice, but I think a lot of players would just miss it.
Yep, I think so too. I mean, we already have conditional lights and all this stuff, so...
Yeah, I mean, technically it's no issue. So everything is there, it's just sort of tedious to implement it. Okay. I think I have to have a quick look at Central, kind of like, again, get an idea how we actually did the house graphics exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I also have to do a lot of pipes now, Stefan.
Pipes, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
I try to make them extremely, like, whirling around everywhere, so...
Yeah, I mean, then you
seems
have a lot
like
of
it should
work.
Yeah, but it
Mm.
should, because for this part it should look like it's all, like, patched together in some way.
Yeah, that's true. For that part, it actually makes sense.
For left, you don't need to do that, I think. Oh, also, there's now a chest on center. Ooh. How do you get there?
Oh yeah,
Seems
that's a
silly.
new chest, oh my gosh. And in there is an achievement, so you already know it's not worth it.
At least if you're the kind of person who doesn't like to brag.
Yeah, well, it will be replaced anyway, so... yeah. Actually, I'm first gonna do the collisions. That's like the boring busy work, but I like to do that first.
I like how when you in East zoom out, you can clearly see where it started to map. It's just the lower
Yeah.
right corner is completely detailed with all the trade booths.
Yep. Ah! Okay. It's one of these cases where I kinda wish... Oh, I just noticed that the map editor target is not working. Oh no, it is actually working. Interesting. Okay. Never mind. I didn't say anything. Also, I messed up everything. So... Okay, now I have to make this 10 tiles higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like so. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I could have just...
Maybe have some flickering lights in the slum area. Oh.
Flickering lights is interesting. Yeah, we could
This
do
could
that.
be done with conditional lights and some
Some event, I
event
guess.
trigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure,
Though
I
the
can
problem, there's a little bit of a problem because conditional lights are not blinking. They're always fading slowly
try.
because they are kind of aligned with hiding events. What you actually can do is you can hide light sources behind entities that way by using conditional lights. So if you like fade away something, you can show a light source that is hidden behind it by using conditional light sources. That's why the fading speed is the same for hiding and hiding properties, hiding props and stuff like this.
I shall see. That sounds like
But
there
might be some other way to hack this.
Yeah, I just gotta try it. But first I'm gonna work on finishing this piece of a map.
Yeah, first the basics.
It's so big. T.
Okay. Yep. Actually, Baz and Keep doesn't really have so many layers.
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
I really made sure that there are
But
very few layers because it's so
there is
freaking
some
high.
problem connected with this currently. Another step sounds. They are kind of random.
I actually made sure that the step sounds are kind of sampled in a way that it should work, but if it doesn't, we just have to close a look at this. Essentially, what
I can show you some parts where it doesn't work because you can hear the landing sounds are different between two platforms, although they have the same ground tiles.
Oh, it might be that I forgot to fix the landing sounds. In particular.
I can't really hear the step sounds most of the time because I have to. It sounds pretty quiet. Usually I listen to music. Well,
Yeah. Oh boy, what is here to right?
interesting to see some NPC is hacking lights on building and showing to other NPC how to play Snake game with building window lights. Oh boy.
What?
That sounds really complicated. Like adding a mini game. Like you could make a smiley with lights and one of in the other building.
Yeah, well,
Pretty
no, I'm
easy.
I'm not sure we can do that. I mean, we could, if we would implement some special system for lightning windows, so we don't have to script this all manually, but that would be really like a distraction.
How about light Tetris? That sounds equally difficult.
But you all want to have a game within the game in the game. That's
Within the game.
too much gameception.
You should, actually, something in Final Fantasy 15, right?
Mm.
One of the guys, Pronto, right? Like this weird cloud character.
Yeah, I know. I know
He always takes pictures, and I think it's pretty interesting how they implemented it because they managed somehow to take the pictures without dropping frame rate and up to 10 while in combat, for instance. There's a lot of stuff going on and suddenly he takes a picture, and then at the end of the day when you go to your campsite or when you go to sleep, right, you don't gain immediately level, you have to go to a campsite and
yeah.
the XP gets shared. And then you can choose some of the pictures, and I really like how they edit this. Really adds to the road trip feeling of the game.
Yeah, I mean that's a really nice feature. I saw that too. But I wonder it's possible to do this technically because I mean it's the PS4, it has several processors, and if you design this in a good way, it should be able to handle this.
Yeah, but we're talking about Square Enix here, so I was surprised, man.
Oh, come on. They're a big company, they have money, I think they can hire a few experts who might be able to implement this. Especially if it's about some gimmick.
And not something essential. Like
yeah. Okay, collision map is set.
collision map is easy, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Always goes pretty fast. How did I get in the voice channel? We opened up the voice channel for everyone so they can listen to the music without having the stream delay. Not sure if this is needed anymore, but why not, right?
Yeah.
We need a mini game in the monk quest. No, just Easter egg like animation. Yeah, but when you do this as an animation, you still need to animate it. And if you would do this with conditions, then you need to make a lot of steps to show the lights and don't show the lights. It's a lot of like work to get this done. If you would do it via a picture, that picture would be probably pretty large and has a lot of frames. I don't think we can do that. And it also seems like a lot of work to actually do that. We had worked for like the little surprise we made for Felix when he was on vacation. Because that was just a video downsized and then made into a GIF. That's Undertale 2.
Yeah. Oh, it's actually from Furious Feedback.
Ah. One of our sprite artists.
Yep.
PS4 has an extra processing power reserved for streaming, right? Yeah, Yuinstein, but I don't think that developers can access this one because that it should only be there for streaming. The one extra processor is dedicated for like saving the last 15 minutes and stuff like that. If developers could access it, it would mean that games should also have the availability to decide on how much minutes a game can like record. I mean, there's already the option for developers to like stop recording.
It's possible though that I mean, if the PlayStation has some processor to just automatically record everything, there might be an easy option to just say, hey, I don't care if you're streaming right now or not, just make sure you give me this picture of that particular time. And having an API like this wouldn't really intervene with the streaming service.
Yeah, but I think that's not what they do in Final 15 because Prompto also does selfies and he adds filters.
Oh yeah, you're right, they actually don't just take screenshots, they actually make custom angles and everything, that's true.
It's always from the view of Prompto, and so there's a camera. Somewhere in the game there's code to set the camera and then take a screenshot onto the camera. Like the usual trick, like, you know, from a lot of games that have like this camera on a monitor. Where you can see the next room or something like that. Did you also hear that there's going to be another The Last of Us?
Yeah, I saw the trailer. Looked really impressive, as usual.
I hope they change something on the gameplay, because I don't know if I'm already ready for another like story, then cover shooter, story, cover shooter, story, cover shooter.
Yeah, that's Overwatch to me. I think Last of Us was a bit better than that.
Wait, Overwatch?
Sorry, not
Uncharted?
Overwatch. Uncharted, sorry.
Yeah, Uncharted is the same. Like Uncharted, the only difference is that you can like have a stealth option in The Last of Us.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I thought really made a big difference. So I thought the gameplay in Last of Us was much more interesting than Uncharted, because they actually had he had this kind of closed areas, and there was actually several approaches to get through it, I thought. And you actually had to kind of like watch your enemy movements and have to sneak around, so I think it was more interesting than just shooting around. Well, I thought it was rather nice. I mean, of course there's a way you could improve that, but...
I mean, there wasn't enough interaction when you like just looked around and stuff like that. But most of the encounters were kind of felt very similar, and I mean, there was one when it was like snowing a lot and you couldn't see all the way. It was like a little bit interesting.
Mm.
But most of them I felt like, alright, I already know what to do. And there's probably a path I can use.
Well, maybe. So.
Seems like we have to kick people out of our stream chat again. They're trying to kick us out of the overlay.
What? What? Are you freaking? Oh, come on, guys. This is getting ridiculous. Yeah. Before we open up the chat again, I have to make sure that we can configure that overlay.
Also, there's going to be a new Marvel vs. Capcom.
Oh boy.
Pretty hyped for this one. I don't want to play it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, that's a high building.
Hmm?
One of the buildings is so high, I have to have so many lights.
You mean in the east map?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. So. Wait, what is this? Oh no, there's actually a pixel wrong. There's a wrong pixel. I can modify the jungle tile set, right?
Oh, wait a second. No, you can't. Give me a sec. I just push.
Okay.
Oh, dang it, I forgot to set a timer. No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. We started around 8, I guess, because when the stream started.
I'm just starting it now and then edit it. And push.
Right.
Wait a second. I need to enter the password. And obviously...
Looking for my water, it's not here. Give me a second. There it is.
Did you change something?
Honey farm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you missed the presentation, everything, but it will be uploaded to YouTube. Okay, so tell me when you pushed this thing. I mean, I can fix this later, it doesn't have to do this now.
Alright. Lights are done. Should we add lights to the upper part too? Probably, huh?
Of the buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, in the center part, I just added light sources consistently to all the windows. At least, like, not for every single window, but at
No,
least.
not light sources. I mean the ground tiles. When you go one area higher, then you have like still you don't have it on your map. No, you don't have it. On the top right of east, like you have like a part where you can run along on the upper part. There should also be
On the top
light
right.
reflections, the reflections on the ground, right?
Oh, you mean on the... Yeah, I did this once, but I thought it looked weird, so probably not. You can try, but I thought it doesn't look so good, because there is already a lot of stuff on the roofs usually.
I'll see.
Maybe add it later, but first do the other stuff.
Oh, Chrono Trigger.
Yep.
Who are in the buildings? What? Like, people-wise, I think just people. I don't know, the western part was more like the business kind of style. As far as I remember.
Yeah, the western part is more like the business part, and the eastern part is more the slums. And actually I'm a bit concerned what we would do with all these buildings. I hope we will be able to do something meaningful to some of them, but it might be there will be some buildings you won't be able to enter.
Why not? I mean, that's why we have the closed, or the doors that are closed by default.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get a copy of your playlist? We don't have a playlist, we just have random tracks.
Well, to some extent it is a playlist. There's a very, very long auto playlist with a lot of random songs, and we actually take suggestions from our viewers for other songs of the playlist, but didn't do so for some time. Or at least, I mean, there's a document, but so far we didn't add any of those songs from the suggestions yet. Still have to do that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna add a lot of pipes here in the narrow space between those buildings, because it kind of makes sense to hide the pipes from the surface you usually don't see.
Yeah.
I mean, in a slum building you can do whatever, because it's not supposed to look organized, but the business building kind of has to be at least a little bit designed to look nice.
Already doing it. Already not paying much attention to. Look into
I actually don't like this track in particular, especially the remixes kind of. Let's skip this. Derp.
Skipped Pepsi Man.
Not the biggest fan of the Resurrection remixes. And I added those.
Okay, what's that?
That is
Sounds kind of
Bastion.
Bastion-y. Yeah,
It's Bastion.
Has those theme to it.
Oh wait, did you add some tiles to connect two pipes to one pipe? I see. Interesting.
Yeah, but not
That-
very well.
I mean, that doesn't make sense, but yeah, okay, it's, I guess. I guess.
I felt like I needed them, and then I think I didn't use them at all. Not sure anymore.
Great.
Let's see, did I use them somewhere? The thing is, there's a lot of tiles for the one pipe to connect to other things, but not for two. And I wanted something a little bit more different for the front of two tiles. The door is a little bit simple.
I see.
Huh. I think I need a third object layer for this one here. Yes, I do. Well, I tried.
This is gonna be a little bit tricky.
What's going on in chat? That double doors with one light off doesn't make sense. Where? To the left.
Hmm?
The one
Oh.
on the left.
Yeah,
Makes
you're
sense,
right.
right?
Yes, I will fix that. Yeah, usually I try to pay attention so that you don't have these singular lights out, because actually that doesn't make sense, even though right now I didn't. Usually if you have light outs, there should be at least 2 or 3 windows next to each other without lights out, because otherwise it would mean you have like a very, very small room with one window.
Or you can use the shutters
Oh yeah, the shutters, yeah.
to make it more logical.
Actually I should also use some shutters here in the business building, at least like some floor which is kind of not used anymore, so it's entirely closed.
Dun, dun, dun,
Oh, Undertale.
dun, dun, dun. Ah, it's from the Russian group, right?
Oh dear, but sounds nice.
Alright, east part is now getting a small green bit.
Oh no, you actually can't see those pipes. I have to add some object layer for that. Actually, I can just, yeah, like this, and we're done. Nice. Ah, genius.
Genius. Do you have plans to implement any sort of quest markers on the map? Not currently.
Nope.
Still not fully into it, to be honest. Because we already have like location mapping for every...
I know a lot of, like, I see this quite often that people request that. It's actually a bit troublesome to implement this because our maps are not that precise. We don't have this one-to-one mapping from actual map location to in-game location, and I don't know. It's kind of like
Also,
comes this new standard, like everything must be super precisely displayed on the map, man.
And there's also more to it, like we would need to scrap the map for quest NPCs to see, is there a quest connected to that? Is there an active quest? Even if we would say, for instance, it is okay to have like an icon on a map that just says there is a quest on that map. And then we would need to check, oh, is there a quest? And then some people want to have chest markers on their map. Same issue, we need to scrap for chests. See if they unlock, that's probably not a problem. And actually it is, because the chest would need to have, not that much, the chest would need to have a new function to kind of check if it to get the key we use to save if it's open or not.
Yeah. I mean, chests are troublesome, and like even just the statistics we have, if you collected all the chests, are rather troublesome because they easily get outdated if you just add a
you need to
quest
update the area and then the database. I always make sure that it's all well and done. I periodically go through all areas.
Yeah, but we still, like in most releases, we always forget it. Like we always have to update the chest counts in the following releases. I think what you actually have to do is update, first you have to update the area, and then you also have to update the database. So actually, so you have to actually do those two steps.
In the quest log it tells you the prox location next. The quest always tells you first of all which area the quest is, and then which map most of the time. Unless you should search a certain area, but even the quest descriptions always tell you which map you should go to.
Why is there this box here?
What?
There's a box in the tile set.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so since our render engine couldn't take me stapling everything on top of each other, there was a weird rendering bug, and I just said, alright, look, I put this there as a tile, and then at a hidden block.
Okay.
That was
I
easy.
see.
So.
Oh boy.
It was super. I still don't understand it. Like I move it to the left 4 pixels on top of the box, and it.
Yeah, the thing is,
and then
that's the downside. Bison Keep doesn't have a lot of layers. There's just there's like 10 tiles between 2 layers, and if you stack entities between those levels, the rendering engine can mess up things because there's like the rendering of those entities is really weird. It just kind of works. It doesn't work in all cases.
Yeah, it works here with some tricks.
Okay, yeah.
So
if that works, it's fine. Will the buildings have some... Also air conditioners, yes. Catwalks or balconies, no. Too complicated, I'm sorry. Just didn't fit in the tile set. But we have air conditioners.
Yeah, so lots of air conditioning.
Yep. And I'm currently missing one particular tile. I wonder where it is.
Yeah, I had my troubles with finding tiles too, man.
Maybe I just didn't add this tile, but for the other direction I have it, so that's why I'm confused. No, that's not it either. Or is it? No.
Dun, dun, dun.
My gosh. It's a Terranigma.
Best game ever. Again. Edit again.
Yeah, it seems like I didn't add this tile. For some reason I didn't thought that was important, but now I kinda want it.
You can go ahead. I won't do anything.
Oh well, never mind. It's not that important. Actually, there's an easy way to fix this. Looks better anyway. Yeah, that works, I guess.
What does
Yeah.
the game look like when it's finished? What's the main concept? Pretty much like it looks like...
You throw balls.
Yeah, you throw a lot of balls.
Like the main concept is throwing around balls. Also action combat and puzzles and stuff.
And some RPG features.
But yeah, I mean, actually, if you ask what is the main concept, the main gameplay thing, it's a bit hard to say because CrossCode really mixes up a lot of stuff. But I think in the center really is the ball throwing. That's at least what it kind of makes it unique. I mean, balls are nothing unique, but the way it's integrated in CrossCode, it's kind of at least hasn't been done too often. Like that you have an RPG, an action RPG, and you essentially all puzzle mechanics you have in CrossCode, if you think about it, kind of are designed around the fact that you can throw balls. Oh boy.
That sounds like...
That's a Berserk
what is
theme.
Berserk? Alright.
From the old anime.
It would be cool to have a beta part of the playground where you're not supposed to exit with ghost enemies or something. Swoopy. Sorry, probably not gonna happen on our game plan.
Like what?
Like an area that's not part of the playground that you access in the game. That's not going to happen, right? So
probably. Okay, exactly. This needs to be one down.
bye, Ryu.
Bye bye.
Do you think you'll make it to the version released before the dungeon be ready by then? The wave dungeon is already ready. It's done. So you definitely get the shock
yes,
element.
you will absolutely certainly get the wave dungeon in 10 days, like in less than 10 days when we finish the game, like the version 0.8.5. Because the wave dungeon is essentially it's done. What we are currently doing is just implementing other things like more best and keep and polishing the new area for the jungle, implementing the shock techniques, though these are essentially also done now. And I'm also already working on the next dungeon that is not part of the next release, but will be released early next year. This one is already pretty far. In fact, I think this week I essentially finished all of the puzzle rooms. However, there's still the boss fight of the next dungeon. This one is actually quite some work, so that will take a bit longer.
Going to be good.
Yep, gonna be very good.
I'm already happy because my greatest wish was implemented.
Your what?
My greatest wish for the boss fight was added.
Okay, yeah.
The music stream is lagging. The
Is
music
it?
was lagging. Feels like it.
Seems to be fine on my end, but yeah, it's just over Discord, so.
What's this music?
Yeah, and I just put this on there. On there. Oh. I may have added a few too many pipes here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
leave the
whatever.
pipes to the east area.
Hmm?
Leave the pipes to the east area.
What?
To the east area.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, it's the battlefield from Grandia 2, right?
Yep.
Actually brought us in the sale. That was on...
Oh, that's the Steam sale for... There was a
There
sale
was
for
one, yeah.
Grandia 2. Okay, nice.
So I thought like, alright, I'm gonna do it.
Good game.
Yeah. Still think I should do the first one too, but I don't know how hard it is. For the Dreamcast, or no, not the PlayStation 1 game.
Oops, stop the window. Ah, that's the one.
Why does the website version of CrossCode run smooth while the Steam version is running in such low frame rate?
That's interesting. Shouldn't be.
That's exactly the opposite behavior from everything we ever encountered so far.
Well, it really depends on the system. What is your system really? I mean, for us it's usually exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what we need to know is essentially your system. Is it Windows 10 or is it some other operating system? So normally, at least on my machine here, Windows 10 with, well, it's fairly up to date. I just bought it this year. It's essentially the browser version is much slower than the Node WebKit version in most cases, like especially when there's rain. For some reason there's a huge problem with rain, or in general with complex places it's much slower in a browser. So at least it's not the norm that Node WebKit is slower. What exactly am I doing here?
That's a question only you can answer.
That's Fire Emblem, isn't it? Let me check. Oh, it's great. Music bot's not telling. I think it's Fire Emblem.
I don't know.
Kinda sounds
Doesn't
like Fire
ring a
Emblem.
bell, to be honest.
Yeah. So it's Windows 10. Great. I mean, something you could try is running it in Windows XP compatibility mode, maybe. Or like if you have a kind of a system where you have integrated graphics on, and as well as an accelerated dedicated graphics card, you might try disabling the embedded graphics or in some way forcing to use the dedicated graphics card for CrossCode. That might help, but otherwise, I mean, that's really weird. I mean, something I've been thinking of for a long time, which I really should do already, is just try CrossCode with an up-to-date NW version, like WJS version.
Probably. Good idea, yeah.
Just as an alternative branch for Steam, so people can switch if they want to and see if it works better for them. I mean, this actually might solve a lot of problems for a lot of people. Even though it might run slower for other people. So that's why the big question in the end is which one should be the default version, and I would think I would keep the current version as a default for now. And then if it turns out that the other version is actually running better for most people, we might change that. Maybe I can also set the standard depending on your Windows version, because I get the impression like the old WJS version still runs flawless for Windows 7. But if you go to Windows 10, there might be issues. In fact, there are already issues on my Windows 10 machine. Like web audio isn't performing as well on Windows 10.
Alright.
which is
That sucks.
yeah, I mean you actually can hear this in the beeping of the NPCs. It's kind of strange on Windows 10. And that's only the case for the old NWJS version. If you update, it's better. At least in the browser it's better, so it must be better in the new .WebKit version. Oh, don't tell me there's another tile missing here. Why is there so many tiles missing? Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Freaking hate this.
I really like the let me Google that word. Screenwire.
What is that?
have. Like those Maschendrahtzaun.
Oh yeah.
Because this way I can like close off areas in a very thin fashion. Like I
That's
just
also why.
Go ahead.
That's why I like the fence dungeon too. It's very good. You can just play fences to make sure people cannot reach things, and it's very compact and easy to place anywhere. Yeah, I'm just gonna place those graphics. I don't even care.
Philly says that he hears some strange noises when NPCs are talking too. So. Win 7 is
Yeah,
flawless,
that is essentially because of Windows 10 not being able to handle the Web Audio API. Maybe that actually something I gotta try myself is actually running the whole thing in Windows XP compatible, and actually it might change things. The cuts in the audio is actually something that might be better with the next version, because I've kind of improved the way we interrupt audio playback. So that might improve things for NPCs a bit, though it's still not perfect. And especially like the frequency is just essentially what happens is that the Web Audio API is supposed to run with a very precise timing, but on Windows 10 for some strange reason the frequency with which the tick is updated is essentially like 20 FPS, which is way too low. So if you have very high frequency low sounds, it's just everything's messy. There's not much I can do about it except for upgrading NodeWebKit. Yeah.
And hoping for the best.
Yeah, and hoping it still runs good enough. Okay. Okay, you pushed the jungle chipset tileset changes, Stefan?
Yeah, should be.
Okay, then I'm gonna fetch an update and change
Go
stuff
ham.
myself.
Go ham, son. Did anyone actually ever notice that the trade booths that have like these tilted roofs that you actually move up a bit? It's actually a slope there.
Yep.
Need to change this to
Oh, there's no space. Where do I put this?
rip. Change the tiles like they just put together to... Ah, I use them. Okay, yeah, now I see it. I use
No, it's,
them.
it's okay. There's still, I just need 2 tiles, so I will be able to find some.
There's probably actually enough space, but you want to put it somewhere in the vicinity of...
Yeah, well, there's
There.
just no close space, but it's okay. I'm just gonna... It's not right next to the other tiles, but yeah, I will find it.
Yeah, that sounds very Fire Emblem-like.
Yeah. Yay, I got my tiles. Yay.
It's going on for so long, man. What's wrong with this track?
I know you can
Time.
skip it if you want to. Okay. Yay, to Enigma. Oh, I'm also gonna remove this pixel now. I can remove this pixel now. Ah!
I can remove the pixel.
There's the pixel. Ah!
Alright, more trading booths. Let's go.
Okay. That looks rather nice. Cool, cool. So next, gonna add the air conditioners. Just those tiles here. Put it to here.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, Celio, just wanted to, like, say now I hear too. You know, man, it's weird that you get a better frame rate out of it if you use the classic resolution, Philly. I don't think a modern PC should have that much of a problem with
That's
double
that's definitely a sign that software rendering is active.
yeah.
If so, that's definitely what's happening for you. What happens is that for some reason, the Node WebKit version seems to use software rendering and not hardware rendering. So maybe it's just a graphics card that you're using.
Yeah, what kind
the
of graphics card
drivers.
are you using? Do you play this on a laptop that has like an integrated graphics card and a dedicated one?
Yeah, that's very often the reason why that happens. So sometimes the It just uses the integrated graphics card, and then of course things tend to be slow sometimes. So yeah, that's really weird. Yeah, it kinda sounds like it uses software rendering, so that shouldn't really happen. So the game should really run more fluid than that. Ah man, stupid web technologies. I mean, on one hand, it's really nice to work with it, but the downside is that you have to deal with, well, technology that's not...
errors.
Well, it's just technology that isn't really that old, so there are still a lot of issues here and there. It's like... There's always the whole thing that web tries to be secure, and there... Actually, something I really should try to do is disable blacklisted graphics drivers. I think that's something that might actually help in many cases. Maybe that would actually fix the issues for Philippi 20.
Philippi. What a cute name. Philippi.
It's more Grandia, ooh.
Grandia, nicht Grandia.
Yeah, Grandia, not Secret of Grandia.
Close enough.
Grandia.
Zeus theme. No, not Zeus theme. I think it's just a sad theme.
I wonder if I should add some windows where the air condition is just right in front of the window, so I don't care about logic. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. I wonder if people see that and complain about it. That doesn't make sense. And then there's an NPC up there that complains about the stupid air conditioning placement, but it's too risky to move it because it's so high up. So he has to live with it. It's tragic.
It's tragic, really.
Yeah.
What can he do?
You have to live with it.
This poor soul.
Possible word, man.
Dangerous work environment.
Yeah. Shouldn't have said that, now I'm going to complain. I'm just gonna ignore you then. Puh.
Everything's explained.
Good night, Teflo.
Sleep tight, Yuna. Oh no, no, Teflon.
Teflo, you should join us in the chat sometime. It's more fun that way.
Yeah, man.
Wow, rude. Yeah. That's what you get for complaining.
I play on a desktop with a GTX 960. Well, then that's pretty weird.
Yeah. Again, it might just be a blacklisted graphics driver. Updating your drivers and stuff might actually help if you didn't do that already. Like, though I understand that might be a risky thing to do. Yeah, I really should. I should disable blacklisted drivers already.
Xenoblade.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, actually let's see if that works now. Soundboard.
Soundboard, please. Respect my authority.
Ah, yeah. It's interesting, like, Intero seems to be active, but he's not hijacking the music bot. That's really suspicious.
He's planning something.
Yeah.
He's plotting.
He's just waiting for the right moment, so nobody was suspected. But he should have done that during the presentation. That would have been... I would have been really angry if that happened. And Leah is playing. Woohoo! It works, look. There's the building, and now it's in. Oh my gosh. Let's jump on top of the building. I'm now on top of the building. Woohoo.
Congratulations. How much does CC use the GPU? I'm playing on a GTX 970, everything is perfectly fine. I think we can't really say, right?
So what?
How much the graphics, the GPU is used.
It is used.
Yeah, it is used,
for
but
the
for how
rendering.
much? Like, obviously it's used for rendering. It should be.
Well, it's used for drawing images, essentially. Preferably all the images. I think there might be some fallback to software rendering in some cases, but if the game really behaves in a way that it runs much slower on 2x resolution compared to 1x resolution, that's definitely a sign that software rendering is active all the time. And if it's 100% software rendering, then yeah, it runs slow. Dude, I want combat in the tops. That would be badass anime, yeah. Like a battle on top of the buildings would be nice. We should try to make this work somehow.
Alright, I don't know.
Why not?
On top of which? Of one of the west? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, west buildings. Because there's a lot of space there. Actually, that might be a cool thing, like having a building and you have to make sure you don't fall down or something like this. That might be interesting. Yeah, we'll think about it. So yeah, let's continue a bit more. So actually it's about, yeah, it's like 10:30, so we might actually start thinking about stream drawings again. I'm just gonna post the stream drawing idea document and people can write in there more ideas, and then we actually gonna have a vote today again. So, should be here. So, write in suggestions if you have any ideas. And then we can just pick some and make a small vote, as usual.
As usually.
I'm gonna continue a bit more mapping. Oh! A Nikra drawing. That would make sense if the Kickstarter is ending soon. That's something we might do. Especially since they also have like a blue-haired ponytail character, right? If I got that
What a
right.
whip-off.
So how's the Kickstarter going anyway for them?
Blatantly stolen from our game. Didn't you say you were going to make a Necro drawing, the Kickstarter ends in Wrath? They are playing Doom, so it would be best for them. Still needs something less than half the funding.
Oh man, that sounds close. Pretty much. That actually sounds pretty bad. Well, we might still do it, though. It might help them. Ah, come on! But they don't have such a high goal, so it might work. So yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna do a small drawing for them. I think it's a good thing to do. So what we need is just good reference art. I think there is some reference art for the character there. So you can already maybe write down some ideas and suggestions in the document, or no, just write some ideas in the chat. I'm trying to watch the chat to gather some ideas. So definitely with the blue-haired ponytail character, because why not? It's something in common. And it's also very sci-fi, so that also helps. And she has a nice backpack. That's cool. Oh, here's some nice images. So yeah, guys, if you're interested in this game, it looks like some really nice pixel art and very fancy interfaces from what I saw. So maybe help them to reach their goal. There's not a lot of time left, but I think it might work for them. This is clearly the best reference. Yeah, thank you. Like these few pixels down here. Thanks. Like I know everything about this character now. Like oh well. I mean the tree is really cool. I give it that. Oh, Necro art. Yeah, actually I saw that one. That one is a good reference, I think. Duke tickles Lexon towards Bremen. Yeah, yes, I know. I will probably be there, so...
Oh, me too, actually, I think, probably.
Great, Celio, that's much better. Thank you. Oh man, the trees are animated. Cool. Damn, so much sub-pixel movement here. Oh shit. Yeah, I think also what Necra and CrossCode seems to have in common is like an abundance of perfectly normal trees.
Yes.
So that's another thing we have in common. I think I have a nice idea for a drawing already. Like the main characters in front of a background featuring perfectly normal trees. That is a good drawing idea.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah. I like this idea already. Yeah, I like this idea. You know what? I'm actually gonna start drawing now, because it seems like I'm kind of getting too much too distracted for getting some extra work done. So, I mean, at least we have one of the buildings finished, so that's cool. I'll close this. And I swear next stream we're probably gonna have a vote for a drawing again. Like for real. Like the last two streams we didn't do that.
The last two streams.
A picture with Emily being confused about who is the real Lear. Oh man. I'm not sure if they look that similar. Okay, let me just copy in some images like this here. I'm gonna try to simulate their nice color style. Need another screenshot here. It really looks like the color palette is very close to No Man's Sky. I mean, that's a good thing. I mean, if No Man's Sky did one thing good, it's colors, I think.
You think something is good about No Man's Sky?
Of course, I also think
Disliked.
something is...
Disliked. Unsubscribe.
Yeah. I also like stuff about Final Fantasy 13. Even though I know. Like the damage numbers, which are 100%
Blasphemy.
copied in CrossCode.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
if you like the CrossCode damage numbers, they're like 100% Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
To an
So
extent
you like...
where I
so
still
the-
fear that Square is gonna sue us or something.
So in extension, all of you who like CrossCode also like Final Fantasy 13.
Obviously, you must like it now.
Oh,
Everything
shit.
about it. You freaking Lightning fans, god damn it.
Something inside me just shattered.
Oi oi oi. Where's the other reference? Here we go. Did you say something good about Final Fantasy 13? How you dare? I mean, 13, in my opinion, did like two things really good. The one is like really fancy interfaces. I like those. And the second is the music. I really like the music.
Didn't really like the menu with the like upgrade system thingy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the skill tree wasn't
Yeah,
so
the
great.
skill tree.
That one was really
Crystal
overkill.
mode.
There was like so much fancy animation 3D stuff in it.
So much effects, completely useless.
Yeah.
Man.
But what I really liked is kind of like the interface in the battle and like the damage numbers, obviously, and a lot of small stuff like this thing that appeared when you changed the party. I thought it was really fancy. I kind of like that. It was very elegant, it's all design. Even though I think like Final Fantasy 15 seems to be similar in that sense.
15.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
Yeah.
they changed a lot in the interface. In the beginning, it was really bad. Like in the demo, the first demo, so small. Like, why? What is
Oops.
wrong with these small interfaces? I don't get
You
it.
like the Xenoblade Chronicles X or what?
Yeah, like for some
Just like-
reason, Japanese developers like, let's make this interface small.
Boah,
You can
we
see
have
too
all
much.
those pixels. Let's
Yeah.
use them as efficiently as possible.
Gee, man. Let
Yeah,
me see
Final
some
Fantasy 13
stuff.
did something really, really bad, being a fun game. It failed a lot at that. Yeah, well, it wasn't the best game in terms of gameplay. Like, definitely not. But I think even worse than the gameplay, to me personally, was like the story. I just couldn't.
No,
Those
yeah.
characters and the...
You can't. These characters are also already named
Yeah,
in a
it's
way
like,
where you think like, who calls their children like that? Who
who
goes
calls
ahead?
the child Hope and
Or
Snow,
snow?
and
Like,
Lightning?
what is broken
like,
inside you that you do that?
I mean, okay, there was Cloud, but he was like, Cloud doesn't sound so strange for a name for some reason. Like you have Fox McCloud, and
I don't
that's
know.
that's already a cloud in there, so I don't know. But Lightning? Really? Lightning? As a name? I don't know.
Back then I thought Cloud was pretty stupid too, to be honest. Barrett was a cool name. Barrett.
Actually, that's a very cool idea. I can imagine Nikra, main character, looking at Lear Swanson, quote, "Are those real?" and Lear being annoyed post touching that. That is a really cool idea. I'm gonna draw that. That's nice. Also gotta keep putting Lear in uncomfortable situations. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna talk about that. So, yeah, so to me, I think, to some extent, I actually there have been some moments where I actually enjoyed the gameplay of Final Fantasy 13. Like some of the battles I thought were interesting. At least it wasn't always just button smashing. Sometimes there was some strategy to them. Though it was like you only had like not so much control over it. But still enough to make a difference. And what Final Fantasy 13 I think did interesting, like it was really punishing. If you did something wrong, you were very easy to lose the fight. Like you were much more likely to lose a battle compared to previous Final Fantasies, because just how the game was designed, that you regenerated after each battle and stuff. So they could afford to make battles harder. And I thought that was rather nice. But I mean the game was just painfully linear. That really was an issue.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
completely gone in 15, man.
Yeah, I know that most definitely. They really changed that. I mean, they already tried to change it with other Final Fantasy 13 titles, right? I mean, they tried to make them less linear from what I understood.
Yeah, but still, it was still running on the same shitty engine. I mean, Lightning Returns was decent. I had a lot of fun with the combat system. So
yeah,
I don't know, but the frame rate was pretty bad, and everything looked so weird. Like Lightning looked okay, like they designed her well, but everything else looked like really shitty.
Okay.
Like it was done by, I don't know, like just not with effort at all. Very off-putting.
What is this music actually? I don't recognize this at all.
Persona, man. What? Did you never play Persona?
What?
What's wrong with you?
Oh, come on. I don't have the time to play every single game, unlike you.
Persona? No, it's okay.
Persona 4, I just played Persona 3.
Yeah, then don't play 4, then wait for 5. If you ever
Really?
find the time. Yeah, sure. I mean, you can play 4, but it's basically free with quality of life improvements.
Yeah, but I never beat 3. That's the problem. I just played it a bit.
It doesn't matter. Like there is no canon in the story, so you can just play the next one, and it has some
I
of the
heard
same
like
elements.
so many people have been hyping the fourth part, and I thought maybe it's better than
Yeah, it's a good game. Don't get me wrong. It's a good game.
Yeah. Hippie doop.
Oh, Yummy's theme.
I wonder what this game is. Sounds like Super Mario.
You were right. Wow.
Whoa! Oh man! Amazing. That's as nice as Super Mario, nor is it Terranigma. This is something else entirely.
What?
Never mind. Soundboard also often decides to play this song in a strange way where it's sometimes slow and then fast, at least on my side here. Which makes it even funnier. Like do 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 do. I like this.
Oh, nice. Hmm.
Hmm.
Sounds
that
like
sound?
orchestra or something.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like... Is it Final Fantasy? No, Seiken Densetsu 3, of course. God damn it.
What? Alright.
Yeah, it's Seiken Densetsu 3. It's like this kind of opening song that you hear when the ship is driving around.
With which character? With all of them?
Yeah, like which character you choose, at some point they're entering a ship and driving around, and then you hear the song.
Oh, alright.
Then you all end up at the same location, no matter which character you choose first, I think. Yeah, that's game. What is a good pose? Did you play Seiken Densetsu? Yeah, or sort of Mane of the series. CrossCode reminds me of it so much. I mean, yeah, like Secret of Mana was one of my first games, and definitely an inspiration. CrossCode. I wonder how to do. That's better. I mean, yeah, Leia can essentially just be jealous of that main character because she doesn't have to wear those horns. She's free of horns, so that's just unfair. Life is unfair. When life gives you horns, then
Something happens.
Yeah. The layer isn't happy. Gotta remember that to kind of write in the game the if life gives you horns line somehow. Someone must do this. I'm sure I can do this somehow.
Priority A.
Yes.
No more music? What's wrong?
It's
No.
music's there, it's just very quiet right now.
Oh, there we go. Vampire profile?
Oh, you're right. For the second one.
Oh, what was the second one? I just wasn't sure. Oh.
Oh yeah. And the design really is similar. The hairstyle too is somewhat.
Told you, they copied us.
No.
Let's sue them for the Kickstarter money.
I'm sure that would make us popular within the indie community.
Sure, man.
Well, but you know what they say, like, there's no such thing as bad publicity, so let's go for it.
Yeah, that's what Phil Fish said. And then he
Yes.
vanished from the face of the earth.
Did he? I didn't really
I don't know,
follow.
man. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
Where does the trading autumn stuff, the properties, the props come from? Is this from the autumn tile set or a separate one?
Sorry, which trading tiles?
The ones we used in autumn, like those just floating around.
Oh, those I think are from in a separate tile set, so they're not part of any tile set. That's
So
why
we can use them anywhere.
You can use them everywhere, it's no problem.
Alright. Alrighty.
I mean, if we need to adapt colors, we can create variants, but otherwise...
Nah, looks fine to me.
I don't know how high this main character is, but she's probably taller than Leia, so... Because Leia is freaking small. Not as small as Short Girl, but still.
Still short enough.
Yep. Beat up. That's...
I really want to know what's the deal with the end of Crossword as well. You will never find out.
Never.
Never ever.
Because we're just gonna grab the early access money and run away.
Sounds like Japanese rock.
I have no idea what that is.
Alright, second trading part is roughly done.
Nice. Elizabeth Love This War. I have no idea what that is.
Nah.
Ah. That should be... Isn't that Gundam?
Don't know.
I think that's Gundam.
Do not know.
Yeah. Yes, that's Gundam. Iron Blood Orphans. Still very good anime.
I started it, but
Too much politics.
no, too much other stuff.
Okay.
I want to play. I need to play them video games. Kind of sounds a bit like Savano
Like what?
in this particular
Savano.
part.
Yeah. Well,
This
but
part
he
sounds like
didn't do the soundtrack. So,
Yeah.
you know. Okay. No, I think I'm good in the time, so maybe, hopefully I will be able to finish this one by midnight. This looks good so far. Pretty
Evergreen
simple.
Forest again.
Woohoo! Yeah, the soundboard really likes to play Ternickmer. So you're gonna be happy about that.
He knows what's up.
He also does this if you are not around, so it does this all the time.
Same comment. He knows what's up, man.
Yeah, well, kind of works. Any comments? Anything? I think the idea was that Leah was touching the horns, but nah, I think it's more funny that way. Blue eyes, blue eyebrows, which makes sense because she has blue hair. But Leia still doesn't have blue eyebrows for strange reasons. I mean, blue hair is already strange to begin with, so never mind that. But she's more blue than Leia, so she's obviously the better character, damn it. Must make Leia more blue.
Nope. Stop it.
You can't tell me what to do. My Leia. Make her blue.
It's my Leia, and I make her more blue.
Is actually the game Nikra about exploring distant planets, or what actually the theme? Man, I know too little about this game again. But neither of them have blue eyelashes, yeah, because that would be stupid.
Please.
Blue eyelashes, come on. So what was the name? I really should at least know the freaking name of this game.
It's probably a good idea.
Nikra, yeah. So let me at least read the description to get the basic idea. Discover the firstborn galaxy Nikra. Yeah, it's about discovering stuff, so... Yeah, so I guess she's kind of an explorer, so it makes sense that she's curious about Leia's freaking horns. It all makes sense now. So weird. Is she a Viking? Maybe she's a Viking. Who knows? I mean, she has horns, right? Vikings had horns, as everybody knows.
Is that so? Everybody knows that.
Well, at least everybody's ready to point out that this is actually not a historic fact. Talking of Vikings, I actually recently read Vinland Saga a bit more. Do you know that one?
No.
I mean, it's a manga, so
Never
I'm not sure.
heard.
It's a very slow running but very good manga about Vikings kind of trying to travel to Vinland, which is essentially America, the American continent, and trying to build some civilization there. So that's like the long-going plot, but they didn't even reach that yet. It's like you follow like the life of one guy who was essentially from young age on he was always involved in battles, and he's like really hardcore, and then he kind of like stopped being a warrior because he's sick of killing. Then there was like a weird farming arc like on a farm, and they're kind of like just building up a farm and trying to live the life of a farmer, and then he kind of changed. Now he kind of is sick of fighting and just tries to build some nice world where a land of peace in Vinland, like in America, and that's kind of like the plot. And it's a very good manga. It's really well drawn, and it's surprisingly funny at the moment. Like, it was really freaking serious in the beginning, and now it's just actually much more lighthearted for some strange reasons. It's like really surprising. Like right now, the crew of this manga, they're kind of on a journey. Kind of like to trade some stuff, because that's what somebody gave them a task to, because they wanted to have some financial support, and he said, yeah, I'm not going to give you like this, but if you manage to do a good trade, which is pretty difficult, then I might think about it, kind of like this. So just trading around, like all kind of nonsense happens during the journey, and for some strange reason they actually picked up a baby. And they're actually not traveling with a baby.
Obviously.
And this baby is just constantly like screaming and crying like babies do, and like everybody's annoyed like this, and they constantly are like confronted by enemies, and then the baby starts crying and everybody's screaming, make the baby stop crying, even like the antagonist, like the threat that's currently from that's like this. For some reason this baby really is comedy gold. I don't know why. I don't know how they made this happen, but it really works. So yeah, really good manga. Can definitely recommend.
I don't know if I have the time. I have this thing where I do a game. Currently.
Hmm?
It's called CrossCode.
Okay, so apparently I sold it to Celio. Yeah, I mean, Vinland is really weird. Like, there's this farming arc, there was like this weird battle arc, now it's just some kind of trading journey arc, and it's really nice. And sorry, I didn't listen to what you said, Stefan. I just missed it.
That's alright.
Okay, let's first draw the Nikra main character. Actually, does she have a name? Anybody in chat can tell me if she has a name?
Why do you stage now? Can't escape, such lucky you're not this time. You think he's leaving, but he ain't.
I just can't get rid of this version in my head with the lyrics.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
I'm the Mega Man and I have the Mega Plan, you die.
You died. That's my mega plan. You die.
Yeah, that's so great. Man. You know what? We really should put some sounds from this Cup Noodles commercial from Final Fantasy 15 in our soundboard. Like, for the ultimate flavor experience.
No objections.
Yeah. I should have to get around to do that, but I'm probably too lazy.
Soundboard is also missing Okami music.
I mean, music bot.
Yeah.
That's
Music bot.
true. The car music would be nice. I mean, you can always go ahead and play some music if you want to. Just start playing video link and it does it. Some Okami music would be nice, yeah. Is Luxen actually here? I'm getting Luxen and Geflügel mixed up. Yeah, like the one guy who's not here today is Geflügel. I'm Luxen. I'm pretty much always
He's
here.
the fish, the other is
Yeah.
chicken.
Yeah, like Geflügel is the chicken. But you only get them when you're German. So yeah, I don't know, man. Geflügel could in theory show up later today, but since it's so late already, I'm not sure it's likely to happen.
I'm also ready to eat food.
Yep. We could ask if Geflügel wants to show up. Like, for the rest of the stream. If you wanna, go eat something.
It's okay.
Really interesting shading of that banner reference here. Oh, it's Okami! Nice.
Yo!
It's again Terranigma. God damn it. That was a very short Okami song.
It's the one that comes when you
You start the game.
no, that's when you bloom an area.
Ah, right, yeah. I mean, there's this one. You know, like the name of the Okami song, this one battle theme?
This one battlefield.
You know what? I'm just gonna search for Okami battle. I'm sure I'm gonna find something. No, not the Ninetales. Not that one. No, not the regular battle theme. No, also not Ninetales battle. God damn it. Oh well. Man, soundboard. Okay, I guess. I'm just gonna look for it. A second. Na, 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 na. You know what? I'm just gonna play the Okami all boss themes. Then we're gonna find it for sure. I like Okami boss themes. Yes, please. Should be one of the first anyway. There we go. So I think that's actually like the first one, which is like this one big thing. I forgot the name. You know that boss battle that is a big thing.
What?
Never mind.
Can you zoom out of the picture for a second?
Sure. No? Why? No?
One of
Probably
the
should.
arms, I think, is too long. But then again.
Yeah, well, the lower arm, you mean the right one, right?
Yeah.
That's true. Let me just move it up a bit. That is indeed long, so that should be better. And this one here too, a little bit. In fact, I actually want to move the whole character a bit to the right. And I also should actually upscale the whole thing because those characters have a small colorful image.
You.
Wouldn't be an Okami soundtrack without those sounds.
Yep.
Okay, let's scale that whole thing up a bit. Oh no, wrong layer.
You mean you draw Nika?
Yeah. Is that her name, Nika?
I don't know. Just
What?
assuming.
Okay, let's call her just Nika for now, until we get the right name.
Necra or Nekar? Necra.
Nikra is the name of the game.
Nikra, wahrscheinlich. Apparently.
I think that's the name of a bird though, not the name of that character.
Yeah, stream is kind of quiet today. I think it's because Felix is doing something and I'm doing something.
Yeah, that's
I
not
really
too much
want to get
talking.
this.
But to be
like-
honest, that's always how it is. I mean, when we stream, like in the beginning it's all questions, and then the end is just relaxed drawing, and people just pay half attention. But it's fine. It's just how it evolves. Unless like there's some weird discussion going on, which probably usually involves some topics like groups and I don't know what. That usually happens around this hour, at least when Hannah is around. Yeah, that's the one I like.
Yeah.
That one was pretty awesome. There's actually a few variants of that song. God damn it, hands. Freaking hate hands, man. Always gonna hate hands. Okay, the guy from the artwork probably also hated hands. Okay. I should hurry up.
Something about the litter bags, I'm still not quite feeling
About
it.
the what?
The litter
The
bags.
litter bags and the
Yeah.
tie set.
Yeah, the props.
What do you
Something
think it
about-
is? The perspective? Colors?
I think it's the colors or the delivering. It seems too random, maybe?
I thought it looked pretty nice when I looked at it.
Like the
I mean,
black-
it's...
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, Tiku actually tried to really get this kind of texture from a trash bag on it, and I thought it looked really nice, but I don't know. I may have to close look at it
Something.
again.
I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just
Maybe it's the colors.
seeing things.
I mean, I integrated and I thought it looks fine, but I mean, I can have another closer look at it. Maybe something can be improved.
Yeah, no rush though.
God damn it, why do I pick weird colors here? Stop picking weird colors. It's better. Man, Okami was a nice game.
Yes.
I kind of like,
Yes.
personally I thought I mean it was very similar to a Zelda game in many ways, though I don't think the puzzles have been as creative.
Puzzles.
And-
There were no puzzles, really.
Yeah, well, a few, but they weren't all that much. Not that challenging, not that interesting compared to Zelda. And I think the combat system was kind of interesting, but the game overall was just too easy in the end. Since you had like this abundance of healing items.
When you used them,
Well, yeah, kind of. I mean, you could just say, I don't care about healing items and just make yourself the challenge, I guess. But what I really liked was the setting and the characters, and I thought like the game had... I mean, essentially Okami is the inspiration, at least for me, Okami was the inspiration for Leero to make her a quiet character, because I saw how they had this wolf character and he couldn't, or she couldn't talk, but she was still, I thought, the better character compared to Link. Like, I thought this wolf was so much more fun to watch in cutscenes compared to Link. I mean, Link was always kind of blank in whatever he did, and like Amaterasu had actually attitude to some extent. She kind of like behaved weird, like she was actually like playing bored when stuff happened. She was a lot of shocked, and like there was a lot of funny moments, even though she couldn't say anything at all. And I thought, well, it would be interesting to have a character who actually can literally not talk like a wolf. And then kind of like the whole idea of, well, she could actually just say certain words. It might be interesting. Kind of just randomly happened that year. But yeah, I think the source essentially is Okami.
it's a good game, so why not?
Yep. Ah, Q. Ah, it's Q. Alright, thank you.
Q is your name.
Q, Q. Q, is it Q? Or Q? However, wait. It's also like very similar to Leer, like there's like 1 out of 3 letters is the same. And there's like both 3 letters. And the E is on the same position. So that is quite the coincidence.
Quite
Or is
the
it?
coincidence.
I think not. Well, unleash the lawyers.
Let's call him. Time to get you back.
How do shoes even work, man? Well, things also can't draw really well shoes. I think that's the fight against... Wasn't he called Waka? This weird guy that always showed up?
Yeah.
That is, I think, the fight against him. Oka was also weird because that was one of those games where when I actually finished it, I was getting slightly emotional, and this barely ever happens for me. It's kind of weird because the ending was somewhat really generic. Like there was nothing special about it, how it happened. Like it was pretty like the usual stuff, but like something about it like felt really good, and I thought it was just that the writing really was spot on. Like the way the character talked and everything, I thought it was really
Mean.
well, like the text. That was said. Like Okami has an incredibly good English translation, I think. They really did a really good job with that.
Yeah, explosion.
So that might be
implosion.
part of it.
Susano style.
Susano style?
Yeah, Susano, the descendant of Nagi.
Okay. Oh yeah.
He always goes ahead and says, Susano style, Susano, and then
Oh.
you make the slashes for him.
Oh, that one. Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, that's one example. I mean, this game had a lot of funny, weird characters, this kind of thing. But
Yeah,
I mean, there
Mr.
were kind
Bamboo,
of
Mrs. Cutter.
yeah. But it was kind of like it was really more entertaining that way, I thought. So
Yeah, definitely.
I really liked
Nothing
that.
wrong with that.
Yeah, like something about the ending. It might have been because I actually played for a very long time and it was actually really, really late, and maybe that was why I reacted that way, but it was pretty strange. It's like,
This
it's
was
weird.
just a good
It's like,
game.
it's like when I play Undertale, I wasn't getting emotional whatsoever. And these kind of endings where everybody's like crying, I don't care, and then there's like this weird Okami ending, and for some reason I'm getting emotional. I really don't understand how that works for me.
You're kaputt inside.
Yeah, I'm just kaputt, I guess.
Alright, cool. A lot of things done.
Nice.
And 500 entities. Well, I expect
Whoa.
more, to be honest. I
Well,
mean,
yeah.
the map is 62 by 142, so...
I mean, there's like the buildings are designed in a way that it can do a lot of stuff with one object layer view, so I think that helps.
And I can push and you can explore a bit if you want. I think that's
Yeah,
enough
well,
for today.
yeah, it's okay. But I think I will be busy with drawing to get this done before midnight, because I'm kind of like getting slow again. I should stop polishing details. Let's start the layer
Huh,
on the same layer.
huh,
Uh,
I left.
yeah. No, I like Leah's expression already. That's a good sign. Good sign. I think it's pronounced not Q but Q. We get it already, Fish Games. You don't like feeling. Oh, shut up.
Alright, I pushed my stuff.
Nice, nice.
This map turns out to have Bergen Village level of detail, I feel like.
Do you only use Photoshop for drawing? Love the game, by the way. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I just use Photoshop. I mean, there was some time I used Xi for drawing, but I kind of got lazy about switching programs and I just do everything in Photoshop these days. I mean, it works well enough for me. There's some issues, but you can get around by just configuring a brush or something. Works well enough for me. I don't draw like this often anyway. I only draw for streams and otherwise, I mean, except for some of the portraits, I mostly do pixel art, so I don't know that much about good brushes and stuff like this. So it's not really my expertise. use the here option.
What?
Oh, I have to wait. What is this? Anyway, I don't have to pronounce the name anyway. Let's just name her Carl now because I don't know.
Let's call her Wolfgang.
Wolfgang. Okay, Wolfgang sounds good. Okay. Doop. Just nice little Fräulein, yeah. We can call her that too, I guess.
Fräulein, that's the one word English speaker probably know for German. Fräulein.
Next to Bratwurst and Blitzkrieg and stuff like this.
Or Sauerkraut.
Or sauerkraut, yes.
Which accurately describes a different country. We always say it's part of Germany, but well, eh.
Officially it is, unofficially.
Yeah, but they kind of have their own culture, so
Well, but to be honest, sauerkraut is not just Bavaria.
that's true.
But sauerkraut is
Yeah.
actually also a very big thing in Alsace, which is actually part of France, to get things even more confusing. But it's actually right next to Saarland and Baden-Württemberg, and I mean, I think it's not just Bavaria. It's just maybe South.
Yeah,
South
we just want the
Germany.
best for Germany and Bavaria.
Hmm?
Yeah. So, sauerkraut for everyone.
Yeah. I actually hated sauerkraut, especially when I was young. These days I'm okay with it, but it's still not my favorite kind of vegetable, like food.
Processed food.
Processed, that sounds like industrial. Like the way my mother used to cook it was always too sour for me.
Hmm. Well, I don't know.
So,
I
yeah.
think I kind of like it. I can eat it at least.
Yeah. I mean, these days I'm fine with it.
people still arguing about how and the name is pronounced.
That must be really complicated.
What? Please.
Oh. Vietnamese, interesting. But who knows if that was actually on purpose.
Game developers don't do things on purpose. It's all random. It's all just
Yeah, just
random, and
figure
then in the end we say it was all planned.
in the end, yeah, exactly.
I mean, just the way how the dungeons are organized. I mean, geographically. I mean,
Yeah.
sense of cardinal direction.
Well, I think we might have messed up a bit there.
No, it's still right.
I mean, if you go to the right to get the wave element, which unfortunately is on the left side.
Yes, but you go also up.
To get the heat, to
Oh, you
get the
go
code
down.
element, which is up. No, I mean for heat and code, it is actually the right way, and for wave and shock, we kind of flipped it. Which was because I realized too late that the elements are actually in inverse order, not the one that's like in the shock dungeon. You don't get the shock element, but the wave element, which is why that happened. But that's just to break the boring consistency.
Yeah,
It's all on purpose. It's all a message.
obviously.
Yes. Please, Felix, hurry.
All them details.
Yeah. Stopping. Draw too many of those. It's important because otherwise never get done in time.
Did you already read about Kingdom Hearts 4?
I saw a trailer some time ago.
No, 4.
Right.
No, I'm not meaning talk about 3. I mean 4. Legit,
Wait,
they bringing
what?
a PlayStation 4 game where it includes the 1.5 and the 2.5 version.
And they call it Kingdom Hearts 4.
No, it's just but it is because that's how they display it. HD 1.5 plus 2.5 remix.
Those Kingdom Hearts
Kingdom
game names
Hearts
getting
naming.
more and more ridiculous. I mean, what the heck is this?
I mean, I think it's awesome, all the games under one hood. So I'm definitely going to buy it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what is up with those names at 1.5, 2.5? I could just already start doing version numbers, for Christ's sake. I mean, come on.
The sad thing is now I have to do another save for Kingdom Hearts 2 where I do everything.
Yeah.
Just have to. I need my golden crown. And also as an extra challenge I do all the gummy shipped stuff. On
Oh
S
boy.
plus 10. I really hope they bring this back in the third iteration.
The what? The gummy ships?
Yeah, definitely. I need those. This was like legit. Some of the times I just started to play the game so I could do the gummy ship stuff.
Okay.
But now I'm already at the point where I have the best ship design and I can S plus 10 the last level.
Alright.
Yeah, on mission 3. So I don't really know what I should do. It's funny that in the later stages you can get to S plus 10 much easier than in the earlier stages because the earlier stages have so little enemies that you don't get up to the score.
Okay.
It's so hard.
Oh boy.
One new comment. In the FAQ, because a lot of people always seem to like they want to play different classes. Like
Yeah.
CrossCode is
oh
a single-player RPG
Yeah, but
set in an
it's-
MMO world.
Yeah, but it's an MMO. It includes the word MMO somewhere, so there must be classes playable and everything in online, in multiplayer, and MMO.
And
Like, why are you
multiplayer.
not doing an MMO right now?
Press Felix, press Control S.
Okay, did that. Thank you.
Don't thank me, thank Kovac.
Thank Goer. And I want to draw a background too. Oh god damn it. Gotta hurry.
Go, 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 go. I want to eat. Eat food.
Yeah, I mean, the worst case you can log off early. Just gonna continue for a few more minutes. Or half an hour. So... Hi. Somebody said hi.
Where? Ah.
The chat. Just like Leah.
What a coincidence.
Mm. So. Okay. Almost got it. Almost. Yay! I did it. Okay, so next is some background and then some quick outlines and then we are done. Whew. I'm gonna use this really nice greenish background, but I'm still gonna add weird trees just to break the consistency and everything.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh, it's so green! Holy sh... Okay. Actually, I need no reference images for the background. Anybody in chat? Some nice reference images for Nikra. It's actually just to Google some images. Here, that looks... no. Hey, what's up? Well, why is there's not the strange screen? Oh, here we are. Okay, I guess that's how it works. Okay. Ah. I wonder. I think I changed my mind. I think I'll go for the purple background after all. I feel this one matches better. Ah, I guess these are crystals in the background. At least it kind of looks like crystals. Let's see how quick I can manage to draw this perfectly normal tree. Actually, this won't work if it's right behind the character. Can't see it, so.
You have 1 minute left.
Yeah, that won't work. I think I have to draw a bit longer. Not much, but probably like 20 more minutes or something.
Well, I'll be making myself food now.
Alright. I guess I'll just do the rest myself then. That's fine. Okay.
Alrighty, so thanks for having me, chat.
Yeah, thanks for joining the stream. And yeah. See you soon, I guess.
Probably tomorrow.
Yes, probably.
Alright, until then.
Bye bye. So guys, just me now, I guess. Want to draw some trees, some perfectly regular trees. Save, no wait, take her, okay, Oh, the Myth Crusher is here, is that Myth Teller? Yeah, well, still drawing. Hopefully it will be something somewhat decent. Okay, let me have a look at this again. I should draw some crystal shape in the background, I think. At least to me it kind of looks like crystals, so I'm gonna make them crystals. Dating. Yeah, the streams usually go on for a long time. I mean, normally it's about at least until midnight. I think it has been a long time since the stream was before midnight. And sometimes goes on, I mean, the worst thing we had was until 2 AM, that was last time. won't be that long today, so I think I will be finished in about 15 to 20 minutes. And yeah, hope that I will get a somewhat acceptable artwork until then. I'm actually not all that happy with the current state, so we'll see how that turns out. Like a challenging use of colors, definitely not that easy. Draw something based on that. Very interesting color choice. A lot of strong contrast. Not very natural, and I guess that's also why it looks so much like No Man's Sky. It has these weird color palettes. I mean, that's a good thing. It really looks, kind of stands out that way. What the f— I'm not sure if it's the same for you, but on my end, like, somebody's going crazy, like, slow, fast, 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 fast. Oh, man. Okay. I have a question, actually. When the game exits early access, will saves be reset? I played the demo and then got the game. Also, having a Linux version piqued my interest. I mean, I don't mind fighting with Vine to get game working, but if there's ported, it's easier. Yeah, well, so the thing about CrossCode is like, saves will work for the final version, I think. I can't guarantee it, but we will try to make it work. And we still recommend people to start the new game when the game is finished. Like, there's several reasons, like it might be better to just play all the stuff again so you're like in the plot properly, and also we might do some slight changes even in the beginning of the game for the final version, or maybe for the story update before that, so you have to think about that. Might be probably better to put it that way. So anyway, we will try to kind of like make all saves compatible, but we still recommend playing a new game when the final game is released. That's the plan. Okay, so now I'm gonna add some more perfectly regular trees. And I call this drawing in a world filled with perfectly regular trees. I think that's a good name. Isn't that a perfect irregular tree? I like that one. I think that might be the most normal tree I've ever drawn so far. Okay, let's see. It's here. Let's do this again. Okay. Oh, the safe sound. Well, I have to play it myself, I guess. Will there be a way to play the full game, not the demo, in browser so I can cheat school restrictions because I can't install the game here? Oh well, I'm not sure we can promise that, really. Releasing the full game online might be a bit challenging, like with access permissions and whatnot, so unfortunately it's a bit hard to do for us. So I'm actually now gonna do something where I just add some fog, because I kinda get the feeling the background is too like taking too much attention. I'm just gonna add some fog. Make it all seem a bit more mysterious. Also probably gonna add some outlines. Actually, let me just add this weird shape up there. That looks rather nice. Also, I can use this to fill up the upper right space. Add this first. Continue with the fog stuff. And we are back to segment. That's okay. So let me select basically how long have you all been deving this game. So I've been working on this game for a long time. The CrossCode started back in 2011, end of 2011, so that's now essentially 5 years in the past. Though the first 3.5 years were essentially part-time development next to studies and work. And we just essentially just started building up the engine, creating some basic stuff, experimenting a lot, and then over time we actually got more into content development, and then we managed to create like the first demo version, and then did the crowdfunding, and that was the beginning of 2015, so just 1.5 years ago, something like. It's getting close to 2 years ago actually. Then we did the crowdfunding and kind of succeeded. Took us just 2 months. Then shortly after that, like in the middle of 2015, we started early access, and since then we have been going full time, pushing a lot of content and making, I think, rather quick progress. So things are going pretty fine. And so we just hope to release this game, hopefully in the middle of next year. That is at least the plan. And instead of working on the game, I'm drawing right now, but that's just what we do. Because sometimes I just want to draw. sometimes. Yeah. More questions? Do you have hotkeys to circle through your predefined color palettes? No, not really. I'm not that optimized. I just pick all the time, just picking colors. It's also more flexible. I'm not organized enough for that to just create a palette I use all the time. I have a question about the story. Yes, go ahead. And please, guys, please use rhetorical fish games, because otherwise I have to read all the chat. And sometimes it just takes too long, because I'm really slow at reading. You need to know. It'd be nice if the game runs within browser, because that way it would be played on ARM-based systems. I'm not really sure it would play that well on ARM-based systems in the first place. Yeah, we won't spoil the story, so don't try that. I never played the demo, and does anyone ever question... No, I played the demo, and does anyone ever question the authority of the captain because he is an a-hole? I don't really think he's an a-hole, strictly speaking. I just think he's just strict. But that's the thing, I mean, he's just, he's a bit grumpy, and he's just, very direct in the stuff he says. And I think that's sometimes what, like, authority figures tend to be. Like, I mean, this kind of, like, if you have people like this, which are really strict, kind of like, they also get the respect from the crew. Kind of that's what it is. And I think he's also a very capable man, like, especially with his jetpack and whatnot, so I guess that's why he... I mean, you would respect a captain with a jetpack. You better do that. Because it's a freaking jetpack. I ran CrossCode on Nuclear? Yeah, well, at 10 FPS. Plot twist, the captain is the bad guy. Oh, come on, guys. The captain is playing Leia in Crossworlds, and he does this while talking to her on the ship. Man, this guy's skilled. Seriously, are those games 15 FPS and cinematics? I hardly can't believe that. Are we currently the most viewed Gamedev stream? That's really interesting. Ah, okay, we have different opinions about humans. I know, it's like... so many factors are playing into that, like culture, background, and your personal experience. And I think there can be authority figures which tend to be like a bit grumpy or like not really accessible and might still get the job done really well. Like, I think when you're leading people, to some extent you just have to be like the guy who goes on people's nerves, and it just has to happen sometimes. And if you're this guy, then it's sometimes good if you have this kind of reputation to be the guy who can really get on your nerve, and it's just how it is. I don't really think he's an a-hole though. I mean, the only thing he did is like remind the crew to clean up the kitchen. And I guess, I mean, even my boss once told me I should clean up my desk, so that is not that unusual, I think. So, background. All that's done. Let's continue with the weird Steam thing, the fog thing. Can we shout out other developers? Didn't you draw the girls so... Oh god damn it, the sidekick robot. Oh boy. Yeah, I probably should draw that one too. Huh. Oh god, it's just me who stays awake anyway, so whatever. Yeah. I will do that. Give me a second. Yeah. Hope that one guy is not too difficult to draw. So I guess just this cube. I hope it's fine if he's flying a bit lower. I need some reference for the sidekick robot. Somebody can give me a good image. Let me look up. Okay, that looks pretty basic. Yeah, I can actually do that. Oh god damn it, again, Berserk. God damn it, music, but... well... if it's Berserk, then so shall it be Berserk. Okay, let's see. Insert sound, pull the lever. Oh god damn it. If you really want to have it, here you go. Oh, soundboard? Oh. Alright, I closed the soundboard. Too bad. I did that, yeah. What are you sending me? Oh yeah, right, I saw the same image, yeah, thank you. Yeah, well. Looks a little bit derpy, but yeah, well. Okay, let's finally finish off with nice outlines once I get this thing converted. This looks horrible. Make it better, Felix. Back to learning. And more Terranigma, because that's our soundboard, guys. It's Terranigma all the freaking time. Just gonna add some details, otherwise it's just too. Okay, so and outlines. Go tail. Oh, actually, yes, again, missing the scar as usual. Oh man. When will I ever learn? hell? This isn't right. Too roundish. Yeah. Okay. Doop. I'm done. Let's see. I guess there are some questions. Only game logo and it's perfect. Yeah, logo, right, thank you. I'm gonna add this. Are you planning on adding content to the game a few months after release? Maybe a layer speaks in Linux terminal command terms only mode. Oh boy. So yes, we will add more content to CrossCode once the game is finished. We actually released and the last update post on Steam. You can read about this in more detail. We just posted the rough release schedule that we are currently targeting. And once the full version is released, we still plan to add more content, mostly because we promise content to our Indiegogo backers. And so we have to deliver it eventually, but we don't. If we do it at the very end, it's like probably will not be on time. So like it will take too long for us to finish the game. So that's why we do it after the full release, like full release in quotation marks, like the full story release. And maybe a layer speak in Linux terminal command terms only mode. Like the thing is about translations. I mean, yeah. If it's just about layer, it might be easy to hack it somewhere in there. But in general, when it comes to translations, we actually plan to involve the community. So if somebody in the community wants to try to translate CrossCode in a certain language, and we can just give you the assets and talk to you, like discuss how that all works, and then you might just start translating the game, and we would just import it as soon as it's done or whatever state you reach. We will start doing that once we are closer to the release, so sometime next year. And we already have some attempts where we essentially now try out working with those translation files and see if that actually works. I still have to probably write the import script and have to check if that actually works as well. But everything, all of this is going fine, then yeah, we hope to involve the community with translating the game, and yes, in theory people can start doing all kind of nonsense translations if they really want to. I actually would be fine with that, just as long as people actually take care of adding those translations, that's perfectly fine. Get the impression that I could increase the contrast of that. What was the name again? Kyu character. Well, she has could use more contrast. Yep. I like this, yeah, that looks good. This is better. Oh no! I actually added contrast. Let's just add contrast to the whole thing here. Just not layer. Layer is fine. Oh yeah, I have to add outlines to the robot companion. So yeah. I kind of want to keep this one without any text. I think it's kind of nice just to make it speak with the expressions. Oh god damn it, what did I do with layers? Something's wrong about layers shape here. I gotta work on that. That looks better, yeah. Okay, yeah, that looks good. Let me just add some animu expression thingies like this. No, don't touch the horns, don't touch them. In a world full of perfectly normal trees and girls with blue-haired girls with horns occasionally. Something like this. Okay, yeah, I guess what's missing now is the logo, and then call it a day. And of course the speed lines. Let me add the speed lines. Very important. my gosh. Look. Ah, speed lines. Can't have an image without speed lines. It's just not an option. Actually, we do have a lot of images without speed lines, but never mind. Background. So, looks so much more dramatic. Dramatic one touching. So okay, let's add the logo. Let's see. Maybe you guys posted the logo somewhere. Just have to find it. Oh. I like adding this logo here. That's really nice and elegant. Ooh, this looks nice. Yay. Or doesn't this look fancy? And some text as usual. Support Nikra! Woo! What's this written here? Logo here. Okay, I'm gonna copy this too. Photoshop. Let me get this to work. That is Mosgovia, right? Yes. Nice. So play. Yes, please support Nikra. I think I will move the logo up here. Make it a bit smaller after all. Oh, actually no, it fits pretty nice in here. Let's take those characters and another bit. Something about the support doesn't work out that well. Maybe let's use a different font, like Arial, bold. Make the effect a bit brighter. Okay, I guess that works. anything else that I missed? What? I don't get this. Yeah, I know this whole thing where it just... I don't quite get it, but okay. Ear poking intensifies. Yeah. Horn poking, if anything. The square tree. What square tree? I only know perfectly regular trees. At least in CrossCode, if that is a CrossCode related question. Oh yeah, I bought CrossCode for a friend and he said he loves it and that it's too good. Thanks a lot. Hopefully he can get more people in on it. Yeah, that would be great. Thanks. Thanks for spreading the word. And did they ask you to bring some visibility on their game, or did you decide yourself to help them? Genuinely interested in those developer relations. So yeah, what we do is we do strange things, like whenever we see indies that do campaigns and kind of like people point them out to us and we think, yeah, that looks cool, then we just do it. We don't ask them, we just draw stuff like this. But what we do, we always mix our character in there, and some of them find that cool, some of them just ignore them, but I think it's just, we just try to share visibility. That's essentially the idea. So we don't ask them, we just do it, essentially. I think it's a cool thing to do. But yeah. And I think guys currently having a crowdfunding campaign, and I mean it's pretty close for them, so I think they will be happy for any visibility, so I think they will appreciate it. At least I hope. Also, we both have blue-haired female lead characters, so we should kind of like hold together in these kind of times. Yeah, I'm not really all that good with indie relationship things like networking and all that kind of stuff. I just like to draw stuff. Okay. Yeah, just because they won't make the campaign goal doesn't mean the game will be cancelled. The production will just be slowed way down. People don't start these projects with the intention of halting if they are doing something they love. I mean, it's to some extent you're right. I mean, we have been in the same situations last year. Like last year in around March, April, May, we did the crowdfunding for CrossCode, and for us it was also very, very close. And then people also asked, yeah, what are you going to do when you don't reach the goal? And we also said, yes, we will not really cancel the game, of course. We will just try to develop it further with what, however we can do that. But we also said, yeah, it will just it will go slower because we can't afford to do it full time since we don't get the money. So essentially we just have to, we can't really promise any release date. And yeah, it's likely that the same might happen for Nicker if they don't reach the goal, but don't give up yet, guys. I mean, in the last days usually there can be a huge push, and they are over 50%, and the sum they are actually asking for isn't that astronomically high, so I think there's a chance they might still do it. So let's just hope for the best. And if they don't get it done, yes, it can continue. But the thing, even if you do something that you love, there's a lot of discipline involved. Like, I like working on CrossCode. It's a great job. But even I sometimes think that it's really tedious, and you really need a lot of energy to really create a game like this. It's not just about passion. Like, passion only goes so far, but if you have like a day job and you have to somehow earn your money, and it's not always that easy, and then you have to still continue working on a game like in the time next to it, like, it can be really hard, and I can see how things get really slow that way, and even you might tend to just give up after some time. This might happen, which is kind of a sad thing, yeah, but I think it really helps if you actually get this kind of a crowdfunding like this. If you actually manage to do that, it's not that you just got money, but you actually got a responsibility, because you just promised people that you will deliver a game, that they will get the game. And in our case, at least for me, it really helped, because suddenly I felt a lot of responsibility that we have to keep working on this game. We now promise those guys that we will work on this game full time, that we will deliver what we promised, and it really helps to keep yourself motivated. So, to kind of push yourself to keep working, even if it's not always that easy. And also, like, working full-time on something really makes a difference, because it is actually way less stressful. It's like doing game development next to a job can be really, really stressful. That's at least what I experienced. Before we managed to go full-time, I did essentially work on CrossCode next to my student job. And I was actually quite lucky, because that student job, even though it was officially full-time, was fairly laxed. So I did have a lot of time to spend working on the game. But even though it was still pretty stressful, because there was often a time where I was kind of torn between should I work on the game or should I work on my doctor. I'm not really sure if the game goes anywhere, and but the doctor is like also taking so much time, and I actually want to work on the game, and like these things, like, you kind of like move from one side to the other, and that produces stress, I think. So working full-time on a game really is something awesome, and that is why, like, succeeding in a crowdfunding campaign like this really makes a difference, I think. So I really wish them good luck with that. I really hope they can do that. Still reach the goal. So, yeah, essentially it's done now. It's like 1 o'clock, almost 1 hour over. Sorry, forgot to add that. Post is repost up. Sorry, what? I wonder, CrossCode is already taking a good while. How long you think it would have taken to develop it without success? So I don't know, really. If you wouldn't have done the Kickstarter, it depends. If you wouldn't have, like, still done the step to go early access, things might have gone pretty well, because it turns out that early access works really well for us. So even though, I mean, we did get the first money push from Indiegogo, but the early access sales over time actually turned out to be quite a lot for us, so that actually helps. So we might have been able to go full-time eventually, just based on the early access sales. So I think it might have turned out with just maybe 1.5 year or 1 year delay. So the same might go for Nikra, like the same thing might happen, but you don't know this. I'm not sure if they actually plan to go early access early. Not everybody wants to do that, obviously. I mean, it has a lot of downsides too. Okay, I still don't get this, sorry, forgot to add that post is 3 posts up. Yeah, blue hair, hold together, hot pocket. Felix only plays waifu games. Oh, come on. I also play All Boy, which is obviously not a waifu game. And Valhalla is also no waifu game, just for the record. Oh, yeah, okay, right, yes, I understood. Yeah, I just answered your question, so I guess we are good. Alright, I think this essentially concludes the Gamedev stream. Yeah, I think the picture turned out pretty nice. I mean, it took a long time. You can definitely see it's Nikra. And a lot of blue hair and weird trees. Gonna save now. A JPEG. If you have any final questions before we end the stream, please ask ahead. Well, heck, its title is Waifu Bartending. I mean, let me just show you the webpage about this game. Waifu. I mean, the webpage is called Waifu Bartending, that's true. You just go there and here's what it says. I mean, blub blub blub. About questions. FHQ. Can I romance people? No. The waifu thing is just an epic prank to make people buy this game. So here you go. I think that's what kind of people expect, like waifu bartending. So it's a romance game, but it's not. There's no enough simulation. There's just characters. I mean, there's simulation stuff going on the plot, but it's not a dating sim or anything like that. I mean, there's a lot of nice female characters which you might consider waifus. To that extent, yes, it has waifu potential, I guess. Alright, let's copy the links. Okay, JPEG. And for those of you who want to do weird stuff with the image, here you go, the PSD. Alright, so yeah, this concludes today's Gamedev stream. Thanks everybody for watching, and yeah, hope to see you again next week. There will be another Gamedev stream next week, most likely. I'll try at least to make it work. There might be another presentation, so if you like the presentation, I'm just gonna upload a YouTube video of it tomorrow, I think. And if you like that and write, hey, that presentation is cool, do that again or something, then there might be a next presentation next week if you actually like it. But if people didn't enjoy it, then well, I won't bother anymore. So anyway, thanks everybody for watching, and hope to see you again, and good night. Bye bye.